Be 116, it looks like it's.
In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, please note the following. All Bernardsville Borough Planning Board meetings will be held in person in the meeting hall on the second floor of the Bernardsville Municipal Building at 166 Brook Road. Meetings will be live streamed on YouTube. Members of the public wishing to offer comments or ask questions will be required to attend meetings in person. YouTube live stream access for all meetings is YouTube at Bernardsville Borough BOR/streams. This link will also be available on the agenda for each meeting, which is posted on the Borough website and on the Borough Hall public bulletin board at least 48 hours prior to meetings. Notice of these changes is also mailed to the Bernardsville News and the Courier News. By posting the copy
I'd like to just get right into testimony.
One quick question, and
Yep.
that is a number of our questions tonight will be around the operating aspects of the building. And I historically will have someone ready to answer.
Well, my architect provided a lot of the operation stuff, so you can ask questions. We touched on a lot of the operations on how this building will work at the last meeting and at prior meetings. But obviously, we'll hear your questions and we'll go through it.
It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Much. Denise, are we up to A6?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
It's at A6. I know, I thought there were more.
16. No, I'm scared.
No, a lot of them were, I think,
A lot of them were just
Yeah,
simple,
it's
so,
yeah.
try to keep it all in.
yeah, no, I checked that yesterday.
We've already offered, Mr. Much has been qualified as an expert, as a civil engineer. Mr. Much, your credentials are still in good standing, correct?
That's correct.
I will remind you, you're still under oath.
Absolutely.
So why don't you, just please address the board. I already spoke to what you're gonna be speaking about, but, will you please address that?
Yeah, I'll be brief this evening to get to our main course as quickly as we can, but there was one outstanding question that was asked when I was here last, which was 2 meetings ago. It's just about how that driveway works going down to the parking garage and how the slopes look overall. So we prepared this simple exhibit to show the cross section, and I'll show you 2 sheets this evening. One is the current design. Obviously, we're working in the background on updated engineering drawings based on the revisions to the building, as well as the comments we've heard. So I'll just zoom in and it was.
Well, I was about to ask him,
Yeah.
Was this previously submitted?
This was not, this is a.
So we're up to A6 then.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what is the name?
Yes, it is a grading and profile exhibit. It is 2 sheets. It was prepared by my office, June 27th.
Today.
Yes, it's dated today.
Today.
Dated.
Do you have a hard copy?
I do.
Okay, great.
So I'll just zoom into the profile of the previous design, just to highlight the fact that it was all good comments. There was, the board as well as the professionals did see, there are some areas specifically at the bottom of the ramp that exceed what your ideal change in grade would be. You can see that 14% number at the bottom. It was a little bit steep in that area. At the top, mostly maintained and industry accepted changes in elevation. And then in the proposed condition and what we intend to incorporate into the plans as we move on is there's a way to massage the grading in that driveway to reduce the slopes going down, get to the same elevations, but provide some additional grade breaks as you go down to allow for or eliminate that condition where you could potentially get the bottoming out of vehicles. So what we've done is we've adjusted that driveway slope going down, what we intend to do at the bottom to go to a 6 and then a 2% slope as you get closer to the entrance. That reduces the delta in the driveway slope to 8% down from 14%. And we feel that those slopes will work. And obviously we're open to, and there's additional room with your board professionals to work on any other areas that if there wants to be some more massaging of those areas as we work through. But just wanted to acknowledge that the board, the professionals were correct. It was a little steep and we're working to massage that and we think we have the room to do so. In addition, you'll see that gray area that we're showing is the retaining wall that will be there at the end of that ramp, just for clarification.
Question,
Yes.
where is the stop bar?
The stop bar, so we have the roadway comes into this point. We essentially started the 0 of this profile at the curb line. So that stop bar is gonna sit basically right where you see this tick mark above the 1%. And then we have a 2% crosswalk, and then it starts to drop off and head down into the driveway. And I can show that on the plan view as well. The stop bar is gonna be it's gonna sit back behind. So actually, I think I had that backwards, but, so that stop bar is going to sit right in this area here, which is where that slope starts to increase.
How much below the road is it?
I would say, and I can pull up that real quick. So the road is elevation 410. 0.3, and that stop bar is gonna be roughly 410.5, so about the same elevation, plus or minus, a little bit elevated from the road itself.
That brought up the last time, the site distance looking to the left, based on a 30-mile an hour.
Yeah, and certainly the elevation of that driveway and that stop bar, you're gonna sit above the roadway. You know, you can see that 411 contour that comes in, and it's just in and around this stop bar, so you're gonna be sitting at 411. The roadway heading to the left is going down 410, 409, 408, so there's not a condition where you're sitting lower than the road and the sidewalk trying to look over. You're gonna be sitting a little bit higher when looking left.
As you're looking at that, I'm a related question, and that is, do you happen to know whether at the base of the driveway, at the garage door,
Mhm.
do you know what the height is to get to the landscape southeast corner? Like,
The height of the wall, you mean?
yeah, like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do maintenance on the southeast corner of the building.
Yeah, so that area is gonna sit roughly 7 feet, that back landscape area, 7 feet above that landing. Yep.
I did one more question.
Because it's uncovered. If there's no drainage or places. Did we address that? Okay. I'm sorry, the driveway is uncovered now, originally it was covered. What accommodation have you made for drainage if it snows or rains?
We've, and the revised design essentially elevated that bottom landing. Before it was racing all the way down, you had to make a turn in. It was below the discharge point that we would go on the opposite side down by the Mount Airy Road. We've raised that area up, placed a trench drain, everything's positively pitched, it'll be routed through the garage, so there won't be any conditions where we have a dry well that overflows, it's all gonna be free flow out of that area, so no icing conditions or anything like that. And if there's no further questions, the only other comments I have this evening is that we've reviewed all the review letters, and from a civil engineering perspective, we have no issues with working with the board professionals to their comfort on all of the comments that we've received to date.
I have more questions for you.
Absolutely.
But it's always a question of, is it for you or for somebody else? So,
Certainly, yeah.
I think this is in one of the documents, the recommendation that at least one of the monuments be discovered and placed on the survey. That came from our engineers.
I think we addressed that one.
Yeah, I believe we've addressed that, but our survey team and the survey team that provided this survey, it's an Alta certified survey and they stand behind the
Really
property.
care.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't really care that that's the case. I'm
Okay.
saying there are monuments defined on the plats, basically, and one or more of them need to be discovered.
if that's a condition of the comments, then we're with your board
That
professional.
was suggested by our board professional, and we'd like that.
Yeah, we have to,
There are like three possibilities, so,
Mhm.
you know, 2 monuments and a pipe somewhere.
yeah, and we'll certainly address that comment, as I stated, to the comfort of your board professionals, certainly.
That's good. Are you the one to ask about the emergency generator?
I would say I'm not.
You're not.
Oh, one more, this, the back of the building, south side, this doesn't match.
We have not updated any of our drawings based on the new architecturals. All of our drawings will be updated based on the new architecturals that were discussed at the last meeting.
Are you the one to ask about the automated sprinkler system? I don't
Are
describe.
you talking about, fire suppression
Fire
for the
suppression.
flame suppressed building?
Yeah.
That's, Mr. Smith.
I was thinking
It is a
irrigation.
fully suppressed building.
The courtyard will be irrigated, but that's what I can.
No, it's just.
That's what I was thinking.
Sure that the recommendations, if we don't have
Mhm.
our fire representation. I just wanted to be sure that the recommendation from Bernardsville Fire that the capacity for 20 minutes was in fact being implemented instead of 10. Because we can't get to the building in 10 minutes, so.
Yeah, understood. And
But if that's something else, that's fine. Like I said, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's not,
Is there going to be, I think it's here, entering the driveway from the street?
Mhm.
Are you anticipating having, some kind of a height indication that a vehicle will know that they're not gonna be able to fit in, they won't have clearance?
yeah. I'm not aware of anything exterior from a civil site plan standpoint. There may be something implemented on the building as you get to the.
There's something in the exit lane, I don't know what that is,
Yeah.
but there's nothing in the entrance lane that I saw that said, oh, I'm gonna go down this driveway and clip my roof, cause I got 2 bikes on the top of my car. That.
Yeah, I think it's a good thought, and I think we could implement a sign.
Just,
Yeah, at that
That's a good point,
at
Chair.
that northeast corner, I think you could implement a small sign that tells you what the height is there for sure.
some.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. If something should warn people, yeah.
Before I go down the ramp, that'll be.
No, I think that's a good suggestion.
I think that was, if anything regarding chimneys, that's not you either.
That's not.
Okay. Anyone have questions for this?
Have you done a turning template for the entering and exiting?
We have, yes. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it was in our subscription package, but we're happy to provide it to the board professionals. I think we presented it as an exhibit at the previous meeting, but not to the new building.
Over there.
So we can update that and have it submitted without issue, but it did work in the previous condition, and the small tweaks that were discussed last meeting certainly won't affect that.
My presumption is this would not be in your domain, but anything to do with RF shielding,
Yeah, not my domain.
not in.
We're not proposing any RF shielding. I talked about that at
I
one
know
of
you're
our
not
prior
proposing
meetings.
it, that doesn't mean we're accepting it, that's all.
Okay, well, I would say there are no regulations. I will say that as counsel. There are no regulations that require RF shielding.
Yes, you're correct. That doesn't mean we're not going to request it. It's not safe, we'll say.
Well, I disagree. I don't think you can say it's not a safe
I
situation.
don't think you
Chairman,
can say
so-
it's not, there's nothing that you can show that says RF rating standing next to an RF antenna. We'll cover it with the right witness, I don't wanna, do this, but I wanna get to the point where we have no more questions for this witness. I wanna open to the public to ask questions, is that okay? Any, our board professionals, any questions for the witness? No. Okay, at this point, if you're in the public and you have a question for this witness, not a comment, just later, but a question for this witness, you can come down and ask your question.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, based on his testimony tonight, because we're apparently going to be hearing much more from the next witness.
Right,
So this is based on his testimony.
well, and prior testimony.
Well,
Yeah, anything.
Tonight and before.
Yes,
Anything cited.
relevant questions for this witness.
Certainly.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Pat Duncan, I live, Brook
Mr. Chairman, I can't.
I'm sorry. I'll speak up. My name is Pat Duncan. I live on Brook Lane, Bernardsville. I've lived here 35 years. You mentioned a bike storage or a bicycle area. And my question is, now with the more and more people having the assisted bikes. Electric bikes, what is your provision for their storage, and also how would they deal with if there's a fire or anything resulting from these batteries that we read about in the paper every day?
So, Ms. Duncan, if you could just hold that question, our next witness is actually gonna speak to the bike storage area, its location, and its proximity to actually the EV parking spaces that we have
Okay,
too.
and that
So-
was gonna be my other question is, given that the push towards electric vehicles, how many charging stations are you going to have for the residents?
Yeah, our next witness certainly summarized.
Thank you.
Hi, Michelle Conover, 16 Burroughs Ave, Bernardsville. You mentioned something about the runoff from the driveway. And then I didn't catch it all, but you said something about a trench drain going into the garage. Did I mishear that?
Yeah, so the trench drain is located on the eastern side. It's kind of a gray line. It's in this location here.
Yeah.
And that will collect all of the runoff associated with just that driveway. That's what that drainage.
And
is
where would
collected.
that?
That gets routed out to Mount Airy Road. So the existing condition, just to explain the drainage condition, I would call it 90% of the site runoff today hits that parking lot and heads out that way. And we are required for DEP regulations to match the existing drainage patterns. So we have to route all of our runoff to that area.
So where will it come through the garage?
Yes,
Or
it's
will
gonna
it
be,
go around the building? I'm
It's
trying
going-
to picture where it's gonna go.
it's gonna be routed through the garage and make a
Garage.
connection to the roof leaders that are located at the southwest corner. Obviously, the logistics of,
Piping.
yes, it's all piped. It's not gonna be
Okay,
a
it's
free
quite-
flow.
it's not a
Yes.
free flow. Okay, so that answers that question, but then I had another one about actual garage runoff. You know, you're gonna have cars coming in, they're gonna be dripping oil. I've been in these garages. You know, water's gonna come in with the rain. How is that going to be, it's also gonna drain, I'm assuming, onto Mount Airy Road, but there's going to now be oil in it. Is there going to be some way to filter the pollutants for that, water that might run onto Mount Airy Road?
Yeah, this question was brought up before. It's outside my purview. Is Kevin gonna cover this or is it?
Well, we'll speak to it. We're putting it into an area that's an existing parking lot.
Yeah, but this is, they're talking about the drainage in the garage itself, so.
We're going to- We'll speak, Mr. Smith will speak to it.
I would like the answer to that suggestion that.
It's also gonna be a double level parking lot, so it's
That's much
kind
more
of tight. Thank you.
Hi, Aaron Duff, 51 Crestview Drive in Bernardsville. Mr. Much, the architect's plans submitted show street trees along 202 there. Your diagram, are they reflecting your diagram at all?
They are not, this is specific to the grading, so the landscaping was not included on this exhibit, but they are intended to be installed.
Thank you. Has anyone done any type of study regarding line of sight coming out of that driveway, looking downhill to the west with those street trees placed along Route 202 there?
We certainly have, and we're gonna work with the board professionals to ensure that the sight lines are fully clear to their comfort.
Okay, thank you.
As a follow-up to that thought, the submitted plans show a tree canopy that's substantial. I mean, it's substantial, but it's way into the line of travel. The trees as they're depicted on the plan. Like, was that just put a tree here? I mean, I don't think you can actually run a tree canopy in that much over the street. I mean.
No, I think the trees that are selected here will certainly be appropriate for the frontage that we're on.
Yeah,
And that was likely a graphical to show what we were trying to do, but
Right.
our landscape architect, belabored this plan to make sure that it's consistent with the
If
downtown.
you could just capture that point, something like that, yeah.
Certain.
Yeah.
I believe you stipulated at one point 50 different applications, you work with Mr. Dale's office, and there.
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah, we intend to, yes.
Johanna Messenger, Washington Corner Road, speaking for the Environmental Commission. You said we could ask, I remember we postponed, I haven't asked really environmental questions too much, so I don't have to just do today, this, what he said today.
No,
Because
you can go, it's of this witness, it's for any testimony.
Okay, so what I've been very concerned about, I wrote comments 3 times, but my most concern is, where are the tests for your geotechnical drilling? What do you know about where you're gonna drill? Kind of fits in with this. I'm concerned about the pollution that I know you're happy about not having the cars on the parking lot, but now you have twice as many concentrated from your building, almost twice as many.
Yeah,
So what I really want to know is, do you know what tests you have done? Do you know where the water table is? Do you know the effect that you're either excavating or you're blasting will have on the aquifer?
Yes, we've done a full geotechnical investigation under this building. And we've located, all of the components here are above the bedrock, so there'll be no blasting anticipated as part of this. It's all been investigated from that standpoint. There'll also be a solid state garage, so we'll have control over those car drips. And it's an improved condition. I understand the intensity, but we don't have rainwater taking all of that and draining it to the street. We have a controlled floor drains that can be better controlled than if it was cars leaking in a parking lot. So I think that's an improvement. There's no percolation into the soil associated with this project, so there's no worry about any of the garage or anything else seeping into the ground or the aquifer. Everything here is designed in accordance with geotechnical and DEP regulations.
Where is that? Have our members seen that report?
Yes, it's been submitted.
And has Mr. Brighton seen?
Yes, the report has been submitted, yes.
And our secretary, because the Environment Commission never got it.
We can make another submission, but yeah, that report, I believe, has been included in our stormwater management report, but I have to look exactly where it's.
Yeah, so you're saying that this pollution doesn't reach the aquifer?
Everything is solid state, it's a solid garage, so we're not gonna have any
Just
percolation of
one more
that. Stuff.
question. You know the history of this land, of this particular site has had gas stations, and you don't know what else. Did you do any kind of environmental impact, any kind of soil test? What will you do if you come across real pollutants?
Well, I'll just speak to that. If we run into anything, we're gonna have to retain the services of an LSRP. And we're gonna have to remediate. A lot of times it is in the context with historical sites like this, where the redevelopment actually results in remediation, not aware of any necessity in that regard. But certainly, as we're doing excavation, we encounter anything, we have to address it accordingly with DEP regulations.
Use the plastic.
Of course.
Thank you.
Any last call for the board or our professionals for this finish? I mean, stand for questions. Go ahead, and public.
Harry Hazelton, Michael Road, Bernardsville. You mentioned that you were going to use the stormwater needs to flow per regulations to the exact same area where it's flowing now, which is 90% down to Mount Airy Road. Are you aware that there's going to be some new stormwater regulations promulgated for July 1st of this year?
I am aware of the ever-changing stormwater management rules. This application was submitted, and when submitted, it is governed and grandfathered into the rules when it was submitted. I would not anticipate anything I've heard about new DEP rules. I don't think would impact a project like this or change our approach. This is, as I've stated on testimony, this is a significant improvement over pavement to clean roof water and planted courtyard.
So if there were changes that did mean that people that were doing the redevelopment were, as of July 1st, asked to do more to make a site not just a little bit better, but a lot better, like I would have to do if I were developing something on my property. I need dry wells and all kinds of things. You wouldn't feel like it would not be incumbent upon you to meet the new standards.
The application would be grandfathered into the rules under which it was submitted.
Just wanted to revisit one point. We did have a request that the French drains, whatever they are, that are in the garage converge at a point where, in theory, the flows could be remediated. And at that point, we're agreeable to, in fact, ensuring that the routing of the whatever's inside, essentially, the garage for oil or whatever it is, that you were amenable to the piping at least, or the trenching, whatever, be at least distinct and converge where at some point, if necessary, it could be remediated. We didn't request remediation point, anything, but it seemed easy enough to engineer or easy.
Yeah, I'll have to leave that to the applicant. It's the interior of the garage is really not in my purview, so I'm sure we'll have some testimony.
Circle back on that one, Chairman.
Yeah,
That's fine.
There is only one outlet point, so it's all gonna have to go.
Yeah.
So,
For now, it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, there's one outlet, but the point is, it's a lot easier to do right now to collect what's in the garage, and if it needs to be remediated or enhanced later, that's fine, as opposed to, it may in fact already be the case. It may be no difference, you just want to be sure that there's the opportunity to mitigate that flow. Somehow, it's like make ready, that kind of thing,
Mhm.
that's all.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, did you send the message of the sound like you have an issue? Perhaps on YouTube?
I got back to, was that a while ago, I got to the mayor early in the meeting, and Rich got back and said it was fine.
Okay.
Did you just get a message now, or was that?
No.
Oh, yeah, no,
I
no.
don't really, it's terminology, the idea was now's the easiest time in the.
Yeah.
First technique to have it be a make ready
Mhm.
situation. Nor do I know how one would remediate flows, so. Okay. Any cases? Okay, thank you.
of course, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Smith. Offering Kevin Smith, he's been previously qualified as a licensed architect. Your license is still in good standing?
Still is.
And I remind you, you're still under oath. Your office had made a number of revisions between the last meeting and tonight. And I would please ask you to go through those revisions if you would, Mr. Smith.
Very, very happy to. Nice to see everyone tonight. This is, I think, the next image, but just so it's a little bit of a before and after. We wanted to make sure the image we showed you at the last meeting was, we want to make sure that image that we showed you at the last meeting was updated to.
I know we received this, did it get marked? This was like.
We're still looking, I believe, Kevin, this is A5 still.
This is A5,
So
yes.
when you want us to move, yeah, that's okay, when you want us to move to the next
Why
one.
don't we show the next one, which is A6.
And that one, we will mark,
Suspense.
and
Building
this
suspense.
building is suspended, we will mark this next exhibit as A7.
So the perspective that you see reflects the enlargement of the notches along the Morristown Road street front, which allows us to provide the 5-foot setback from the property line to the building face. Which in turn would allow if in case sometime in the future, the curb line were moved in, we would still maintain at least the minimum 9-foot sidewalk at that pinch point. We've done the same at the other end because, well, the building is symmetrical, which gives a little bit more breathing room at the other end. And we have, we will note, we took the chairman's suggestion and rotated the exit stair from the garage. So with your permission, I would move through and go through each of the plans and show you what the changes have been. Starting with the next lower level plan,
So this is the first of the.
I guess starting with the elevations.
So we can do either one, yeah.
No, that's good.
All right, so we're starting with.
Starting with the LL2.
And before we do, Mr. Chairman, can we get the date of submission for the record? I have, I think, here, well, June, everybody's put June 27th. So
No,
is this the June 27th, 2024 submission?
Is it
This is the revised submission, which was made, I think, well, I think we made it June 17th.
June 17th?
Yeah, it's dated June 27. I recall this, but it was submitted June 17, 24, 10 days in advance of this evening. So it does not need to be marked, as an exhibit. So where are we here? Okay, so, bear with me. So, that's for the record, that's what you're referring to. And nothing's been changed since it was submitted 10 days ago, right?
No.
Okay, so you can just give us the A100 and so on, page numbers as you go through
Okay. Basically, the
it.
big
Start on
change,
A100.
on A1, the big change is that we've rotated the buildings, the southern wing slightly to allow a minimum of 3 feet
Let me show you that is-
from the property line along that full extent,
No,
which allows overhangs, allows access, and also just construction tolerance during construction. The southwest corner, which previously had a secure bicycle storage, no longer has that function. We imagine that it's additional storage for the residents. And I'll show you on the next plan where we have relocated the bicycle storage. Thank you. This is for the record. The key number
A101?
A101.
So is it your testimony then? I'm assuming that maintenance can happen along the back side of the property and all the way over to the.
You could get all the way across. You could before, but that the western point actually touched the property line. So
Thank you.
we were able to do that and maintain the number of parking spaces in the garage, and a slight reduction in the area of the courtyard. Yeah, at that, so you have that along the southern corner. At the bottom of the ramp and adjacent to the parking entrance. If you could zoom in on that, there is secure bicycle parking. That also has a vent to the outside, as do many of the electric vehicle, both the ones that are currently prepared for it and also those that are in their electric vehicle ready. We've purposely located them near places where there is natural ventilation, and the bicycle parking is not an exception to that. It's enclosed. There's an ability to have charging, but also located in such a way that if there is some problem with electric bicycles, it's a safer condition.
And those EV parking spaces, which are located, adjacent to that area, that's actually something that was part and parcel of the discussions we've had with the fire official, correct?
That's correct. We had actually done it, but we did it just for the same reason.
I suspect you're doing it, because I think in that discussion, there was also the materials that are used here. The thickness of the materials, the fire retardants, the materials, and this secure bicycle parking, are you doing anything along those lines in terms of the walls and ceilings in terms of?
I think he says fire rating.
Extra fire rating?
It's just not, it's a concrete block backup. It's all non-combustible material.
It's all gonna be concrete?
Yeah, the floor, the ceiling, the structure, the ceiling of this is concrete. And
Okay, no.
with stone on the outside, and because it's a garage, it doesn't need, potentially combustible insulation inside, whereas it's going to be just solid basically.
Whatever, you guys worked with them, so whatever you said about the ceilings and the fire retardants and it being extra and all that stuff, just. If there isn't any, I just want to be sure that we're treating that secure bicycle like that. There will be a fire in it at some point.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
It's just,
It's best to assume that that's the case.
yeah, because this is obviously an enhancement, it's something you can see and just do what's right.
So we think this is an improvement, it actually is also more convenient to the residents.
Very much so.
Can I ask my question before you go to the next exhibit? That says severe bicycle parking, is that on what was previously a striped area, or is that gonna be an actual structure where you bike into?
We think it's a mesh enclosure,
Oh, okay.
so it's a
Chain link fence.
chain,
Oh, it's
something nicer than a chain link
That
fence.
also for e-bikes? Is there another bike storage room
No.
somewhere else?
No. But that's where we insist that the e-bikes would be.
Related to that question, just a thought, you have your courtyard, right, and you have a gate to get through it, are you thinking of potentially putting a bike rack in the courtyard?
We were not contemplating that, John. I think.
But I
this is
guess if the
additional
residents
amenity.
have their little meetings and say, wouldn't it be nice to have a bike rack,
Well,
not a charging rack?
I understand, no. Well, man, well, we haven't actually talked about just a bike rack to put there, but we can talk about that.
Because it's on ground level.
Yeah. We weren't contemplating it as a bicycle storage area in the courtyard, but if it's,
No, I know
like
it's
a,
related.
like a rack.
Nice parking.
Yeah.
How many bikes do you think fit next to it?
When they're stacked about 25,
Really stacked.
and when they're on racks.
There'll be racks in there,
Yeah.
with handy bikes on them.
So if we go up to the other,
Can I just ask, sorry.
I'm sorry.
At the south, east corner, there's a setback dimension here, it's very hard to read. But I thought I heard you say that we're gonna maintain 3 feet.
There's 2'6" at that one spot. Yeah. And it grows to about 5 in the middle and shrinks just in that last 5 feet. If you,
But to the point I made earlier, that you've got access to the east side from the landscape there, right? So, I mean, it's thinner there, but you also could get access to the building, the east exposure of the building. Then you can, on your landscape area,
the landscape
you're
area,
talking about 2.6 on the southern exposure, right?
yeah, at that one corner.
You have the landscape area there too. That's. Or that landscape area, that's above this level, we're only on.
No, that landscape area is
Higher, okay, no. If it were for maintenance,
Yeah.
for instance, and you got 2.6 feet to give you maintenance, but you also have the ability to approach the building from the east.
Yeah.
So,
the other corners, I think it's just best to look closely at on the Morristown Road side, where we really have made the change. We have increased the size of those, we'll call them notches, so at the west, those are dimensioned there, and there's always 5 feet. If we took about 20 square feet out of those corners there and also at the other end. So we always maintain a minimum of 5 feet to the property line.
Well, you don't maintain it for that handicap space.
Yeah, no, it's mainly to respond to the comment on the west. If you look at, there's a tremendous amount of space. The curb line now is not parallel to the property line. That sidewalk is extremely wide. It's about 25 feet from the property line to the curb line.
The act set aside the easement for future road widening.
No, we're not contemplating it there, Mr. Simoff.
Well, the roadway could be widened and maintain the side in that location, which is not the case at the west end.
There is a stipulation on this that we needed to capture, and I think you did, but that is that their statement, testimony is that DOT has agreed to these, the dark line, we used to call it. And we just needed documentation for the application that says, yes, the DOT has in fact agreed to the survey line that's there. That they accept that. I believe it to formally get it accepted.
Yeah, well, whatever approvals we have are gonna be subject to DOT's ultimate approval as well as the county's approval on everything that we touched on.
This particular point where we're creating this line,
Mhm.
this point, and it can be extracts from a document somewhere, but I want this to be documented that, yes, they could, which you say they did, they accepted this, your dark lines, they accepted it. And there are, as you know, on the survey, there are, radius and, meets and bounds essentially for this dark line.
I think there's a right of way section, DOT is reviewing the application.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that it's captured, that's all.
I guess it's another clarification. Again, thank you for creating the space that just a month ago before. You guys did say, and I'm assuming you're stipulating that DOT came wanted to change the curvature of that road. You're open to it and you're stipulating that how that would be a choice, the DOT said they would want to. But you're stipulating to follow that direction.
Yeah, we have to, absolutely.
On the prior sheet, one sheet. And John is gonna sound a little weird, but they've gone ahead and provided transparency in the trash room.
Yeah.
It seems to me we have lots of little rules about what you can have behind windows and the transparency. Like you have
Just says transparency.
Yeah, there's something else about what can be in the windows in a commercial zone.
I think it's how much the windows covered and
There's covered.
the type of window, the configuration of windows, it's in a big development.
It is.
It mirrors the downtown design.
I don't know if it applies because of the separate redevelopment agreement, but I know there's a bunch of stuff there and you just brought along like 2 or 3 of them, but there's more even.
I don't.
It's all in the
And I
principle
think
of,
Bob's right, I think there are provisions about what can be behind the window.
right?
Like, yeah, say, the current.
So there's a whole section in that, John, that like, we need to make sure they're aware of. They've done a good deed of putting transparency in, so now here's your kind of,
My comment was that there are calculations that should be confirmed.
yes, that's true too. This is beyond that, this is the nits and so forth. And if we're gonna,
The section that we've been talking about are not storefronts, residential. So
this is not a commercial building, this is the residential trash, it's
and
retail trash, it's commercial.
then the way it works is that primary ground level, non-residential, there's a separation, minimum 70% and a maximum 80%, maximum still height. The window 2.5 feet, non-residential rooms is located within a building designed to resemble single family residential buildings like a porch frontage, required transparency can be reduced to 20%.
Right.
And storefronts become big, narrow. From measurement dividing over transparent surface areas of windows, including boards, by total facade area, the street facing story.
But after all that, the transparency, so forget about transparency for a moment.
Right.
Because you're reading that, and that's great. There's all this other stuff that's there for commercial windows in our downtown area. Because of vacancy issues, for instance, because of, there's this whole other section. that I don't know applies to them.
But it would not, because the development plan is specific to this development. It incorporated many of the features of the downtown, but it's tailored and designed specifically to this property. And there are sections in the redevelopment plan, you would see references that all other provisions shall apply, or et cetera, and it's not, that was not.
I just need you to affirm that that's great, that's just, and let's just capture that they're not, they don't have to put posters up, they don't have to.
Correct, no,
Whatever, it's gonna be a trash room, it's kind of like,
we were trying to address the facade, but we weren't.
Whatever the-
About.
and then it's whatever the reality of the development agreement is regardless, so.
Correct.
The other question I have is, I see there are these exit doors on the retail trash room, and I was wondering what the thinking was. We certainly don't want people dragging trash containers out and accessing it, but I could understand an emergency exit door. Is that what those are on the trash room? To the street?
They're really not required as an emergency exit.
No.
We-
Like, whatever the intent was, the intent should not be, oh, we're putting these doors in because we're gonna open them up and we're gonna drag containers out over the sidewalks and bring them into that room, because you
We do
admirably
not,
said you're
we
gonna.
do not intend, we're not taking trash out. Pickup's gonna be inside.
Yeah, like trash in.
Can you explain how you're gonna get the trash out of that?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and go.
Sorry,
Please do.
Bradley, what?
I've asked if you explain how you're gonna get the trash out of the retail trash.
Well, there is a door,
The inside door?
the inside door,
Okay, how wide is that door?
it's 3.5 feet.
So they want to do a dumpster.
No.
Okay. About to see it.
But we need to access the trucks to pick it up have to be, are within the garage.
You know, just take a look at it, that's all. And
Does that need to be a double door so you can take?
Probably should be a double door.
yeah, it's just a suggestion, it's kind of an operation.
Yeah, and if-
Just look at that, and then do you need the doors to the
Yeah, if it were-
outside, and only thing I can think of was a crash bar or something to get it out, but. Okay, thank you, that was one, sorry.
This garage is gonna be vented, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's mechanically.
Board members can speak up a little bit now. I asked, does the garage have to be vented?
Mechanically vented,
Mechanically?
yes.
And where is the air flow? The exit?
Up and it has to come up through the building and onto the roof.
Okay, thank you.
That's actually a discussion we had with the fire official.
Okay.
Another question on this level was the roll-up door, or whatever the mechanism is for the door to Mount Airy. Wanted to be sure that there's an emergency, I think you talked about.
Emergency
controlling
activation
it,
of
but
the
there's-
roll-up door.
Emergency.
I have that as a stipulated.
Okay, great, perfect, thank
I'm sorry for.
you. No, that's perfect, I just want to be sure.
What is the distance between the roll-up door and the sidewalk?
The curb is 40 feet,
So the sidewalk is
but to the sidewalk,
30,
it is about 30, yeah.
so a 40 foot truck will block the sidewalk.
We don't intend for the trucks to wait there.
Yeah, we touched on this
Yeah.
quite a bit at the last meeting, Mr. Simoff. And we're gonna have controls relative to those big deliveries. All the move-ins, residential move-ins are all controlled through management. Obviously, when they pull in, the door will have to open, so if it turns out we have a 40-foot truck, we've designed for that. We're only required design for a 30-foot truck, but we accommodated 40-footers into this building.
The freight elevator is for the use of the occupants, right? Any occupant, they'll have
That's correct.
badges, or they'll have something that allows them to use the elevator. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. At all levels, the freight elevator I'm covering for now. And the package room, that would be, you'd expect, as we've talked about, like large FedEx delivery or one of these larger trucks delivering things is
That's correct,
purpose
yes.
of that package room. then, sorry to drag you back to LO1, but yeah, you can progress, as far as I'm concerned. Right, okay. All right, ground floor.
Chairman, before we move on to that, just going back to the main aspect of just discuss on the building plan, I would encourage the applicant to look at the visibility issue, the visibility standards in the downtown, because it does say that whatever we don't have, others might apply as well. So take a look at that and make sure that.
If I may ask, by visit your transparency. Transparency. There are additional visibilities.
If there are, then this should be addressed during compliance with this.
I understand the letter from the DOT today. That it should use pavers along Route 202. Excuse me. To the letter from the DOT that was circulated today, does that indicate that we can't use the pavers, we have to have students on the sidewalk going 202?
Well, just identify yourself as correct.
Sure, John Porak, still do engineering, still under oath, traffic engineer. So this comment comes up fairly frequently with DOT where they have non-standard items such as brick pavers or decorative structures. All that needs to happen here is basically a maintenance agreement between the municipality and the DOT. And there's likely already one in place for the existing corridor.
I can say that the borough does that, we maintain all the pavers in the downtown.
Try to.
There's right. DOT is not in the business of maintaining things that are not their standards.
Thanks for the clarification, try to do it correct. We are responsible for.
I think there is an agreement, but it's going back to 2006. Most of the pavers you put in.
Correct.
So here, the real changes are basically the same thing, the additional space along the south side and the two notches, which you can see on the Morristown Road frontage, and the stair to the parking garage is rotated 90 degrees and comes out that way.
Chairman, can we take a break just for 1 second? Our court reporter is having a hard time hearing from right here, so she's actually just gonna move her seat up to the front for a moment.
Yeah, chair.
I get you a chair.
I'm gonna sit. So Mr. Right there would be great, right next more, right here's good, that's, I can't hear the professionals. This table, sorry about that.
But it's enough to get me. And they were concerned about. That's why they. There are multiple reasons, benefits.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
All right, you ready? All right, thank you. Go ahead, see it in, you were in the middle of explaining, I think, or toward the end of explaining.
It's relatively simple, these changes, the two notches on the Morristown Road frontage and the additional space along the south property line.
And I appreciate you rotating on the northeast corner, is that enough? We've got one door there going out, is that enough for these?
Yes.
The stairs there, they're comparable with them. At this point, there's some fundamental questions that we want to ask. The first one is probably simple. Its operation, right? Is this a doorman? Is this attended at all times, 24/7 by?
While we hold that question,
Okay.
we're gonna have Ms. Farragut speak to that.
fine. Here's a trivial one. Can you explain the purpose of the door from the mail room to the gate to the archway? What's the purpose of that door?
That would allow. Because we were just providing it, just in case you wanted to provide for. Mail to be or additional packages to come in that door without going inside the lobby.
I would think it's an operational thing for you. I would suggest no, it compromises the security there in some way, but I don't see the advantage and you need the space, so just think about it. Okay. That's all.
It would look better when that happens.
We want to cover, this is the safety and security question, and I want you to explain how the main elevators are going to function, given that they service LL1 and LL2, which are public, as well as ground, second, third, fourth floor, which are private. And how did you, we can defer to that if you want, but, I really want to understand how the safety of the residents is going to be affirmed through the way the elevators are going to function.
Yeah. Just to answer your question, the intention is that the elevators serve only the residents. And that there will be
So the intention is that the elevators, to use the elevator, you gotta have a key fob or something to enable it. Okay, cool. So, that's nice. Then the question is, okay, now I'm a Grubhub guy. And you've told me I have to drive down the driveway and drive up, find someplace. Park, which I think there should be designated spaces for deliveries. And I'm supposed to do what? Wait for someone to come down the elevator and get it, or are they buzzing?
The only thing you have to wait for, Chairman, we're gonna defer to Mr. Carradine on that. So.
Oh, hold it. Okay. Just,
Yeah, good question. by the way.
there's things like deliveries, there's car service. I want to be sure that it's ideal for the residents that what they expect. When they do Ubers and things. Security, I have one substantial ask. In the absence of our town professionals providing guidance on police and actual fire access and how they would fight fires, I'm going to ask you to strongly consider applying to the DOT to get an emergency lane access provided into your archway. Not through your gate, but a place for a police car to be able to pull in, or an ambulance or whatever to pull in, as opposed to, oh, they gotta drive down to LL1 and then they kind of have to, maybe they'll have a key fob or whatever. They will give you the DOT exception for the emergency, and you're already conveniently showing no obstructions, which is nice. I'm not asking for a fire lane, okay, which previously I suggested, some thoughts. This is fairly straightforward, a place for an emergency vehicle to pull in. Obviously, no one else. This is not where the Grubhub guy is supposed to be, or the Uber guy. This is just emergency only. And I think that'll go a long way towards giving them at least what they need, so they don't have to park on the street with the flashers, all that other stuff.
Defer to engineers who don't.
We're gonna circle back on that, because I think that type of request actually is not something we can do. That actually is to be a request from the borough. The idea is just that a car can, police officer, jump the curb, so to speak, and just pull into that spot or what have you.
Now-
By the way, they're gonna do it anyway,
Yeah.
and that's gonna be the spot. whether their DOT
I
agrees with it
can't
or not.
speak for the borough, but I can speak for myself, the council member, if you made that request, I would vote. So you stipulate they'll make the request, I'll do my best. That's all.
It looks like a convenient compromise to all the stuff I was sort of asking for.
The DOT code allows that it has to be a request from the fire.
The fire department, yeah, it's gotta be collaborative, but hey, you're the collaboration, then we all wanna make this.
It's a, yeah, Chairman, you just want to talk about it, understand what the dimension is, but we're gonna circle back tonight, but I think that's gonna be fine.
And the good news is I think your arch is high, pretty high. It's
It looks like it.
14 feet high or something, so
At the top.
that's pretty good. I would also suggest, and you know more about your gates than I do, but I don't know if those, the access gates, how they'll actually work, the doors in that gateway in the archway, but we want to be sure that the emergency guys can emergency egress through them, so however you wanted to set that up, it's the principle of them being able to get out of get in, of course, but get out of the courtyard, whatever equipment they need to bring in, stretchers, things like that. You've got a double door there, so that's temporarily.
There's every
Great
reason to
security plan.
do that.
I think you're gonna be okay with that, okay. Oh, on this floor, where would you expect bathrooms to be? And will they just be for retail? Will they be public? Will they be, what are they shared? Like you've got X amount of retail. Are you envisioning, a shared bathroom capability? Of course, if you put a restaurant in there, you're really gonna have
We have
do a
to.
lot of that, but if you could, I know it's one level more, I just want to be sure it's the best we could get, and I just want you to think about where would you be putting bathrooms, that's all.
I'm sure they will really wish to be within each retail space for security reasons.
You have the opportunity, it's as advanced as you are in this, in the sense it's a clean sheet, you could say, okay, like, but where do you want to put this? You have the Palmer building, you have, I don't know, but I think the thing you need to think about beyond just where would we put them, because we need them for retail, or customer service, or that, you need to think about, is it just gonna be for people that it's gonna be public or not? I guess that's the point. Or is it for just the retail workers, you need.
Yeah, and so, well, we absolutely have to plan for bathrooms, and usually that's part of construction permitting and so forth. It also depends on ultimately what the tenant breakout is.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms, obviously, we've got the
We
laid
have
out
this element
spaces.
of privacy, that's in this project, and so it's a little different than. Oh, is it public or is it just the retail workers or and see. It's important to think it through and figure out really what you want to do.
A lot of times it depends on our tenant desire as well, Shannon.
Yeah, well,
Pretty common with the retailers.
You may say, well, for our residents, if we're waiting in the lobby, theoretically, we're gonna have, what are you gonna have? You're gonna have a bathroom in the fitness center, everybody bathroom or something. Something just.
From a practical perspective, we need to at least
I know,
provide it,
right?
no, to provide it as well, just to know where they go.
On the lower level, I know I ask you if you can limit it to 30 minutes for free 30-minute parking. I think you said 20 or 15.
We're proposing 15.
15.
Yeah, I'd like you to consider 30. A lot of it depends on how you expect the DoorDash and the deliveries to occur and so forth. So 15 is pretty tight. Well, think about it.
Think about
30, that's all, just a thought. Well, it's gonna pay to get out.
Our biggest concern, Chairman, is, and people are just gonna come in and they're gonna just start taking up spaces. We're trying to make the short-term parking, really just a convenience for, as you said, a Grubhub driver to come in. But we're not looking for it to be a public free-for-all, which is gonna just take up more spaces. I think that was kind of the intention for having a controlled garage.
For the patrons of the retail.
Yeah.
There are two different things, there's deliveries and so forth.
Mhm.
You hit the numbers, you know what the numbers are.
Yeah.
If by chance two of those parking spaces down there ended up being for Grubhub and, the deliveries, okay, no harm, no foul, there's just like. Yes, essentially for a moment, just think about the operation.
Yeah.
That's all. I want to apologize, because I had to do like my own research, I'm not getting it, but the point you were firm about when I talked about areas of refuge, because your building is fully sprinklered, automatic. And it was hard to find, that it looks like all that's off the books, in other words, that gives you a free pass, that you're fully sprinklered, so. No problems with area refuge, all that stuff that I was saying, and balconies and things like that, so.
Chairman, just while we're speaking to that, because I did want to ask Mr. Smith just to confirm, we are 100% sprinkled on this building, correct?
We are.
Also part and parcel to our discussions with the fire official, we've agreed to upgrade our system to the NFPA 13 system.
Right.
Correct?
Which is the higher,
NFPA 13.
which is the higher standard.
And that also includes the interstitial spaces between the ceilings and the deck above, correct?
Correct. And in the roof.
Right. Correct, and that includes sprinkler coverage of the spaces above the top occupied by the floor, including attic spaces.
Which is otherwise not required by code.
Thank you.
The timing of that.
We've got a number of things, by the way, that we spoke to the fire official about. Before we're done, we'll go through them. Some of them are sprinkler related. We touched on a few of them along the way.
Great. So we're on the ground floor here. We've covered this before, but trash. Chutes and how you set it up. I understand now we've got to pick up small set down and L1 and that kind of stuff. But what I can see, there are 3 streams of trash that are expected in the county. There's garbage, there's mixed recyclables essentially, and then there's cardboard and paper. In general in the county, there are haulers who just take everything and don't care. I think you expected to segregate, to have some recyclable. I think you had 2 chutes planned.
For the residential building, there are 2 chutes.
Residential, which I would guess would be garbage for one. In a bag, assuming that you take a bag,
Yeah.
a little thing, they wrap it up, take it there, throw it down the garbage chute. And then in the county, it's sort of expected there are two streams ultimately that have to leave your property. Now, if you're saying, well, just throw everything recycling down the second chute, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
And then you'll have
That's,
somebody.
it's the private hauler does the
Private
separate.
hall separated?
I'll have Mr. Carradine speak to it as well.
Oh, okay, it's really easy to, in the third sheet of.
We're gonna comply with requirements for trash removal and recycling purposes. We manage the building. We manage a lot of buildings. This is not an uncommon scenario.
Yeah, no, to me, I don't live in this building, so to me, I can see garbage, I can
Yeah.
understand the recycling, the glasses and cans and stuff.
Yeah.
In a bag, I think, unless you're gonna just let them throw it down there. To me, the thing that seemed the problem would be the cardboard, there'll be a lot of cardboard. And how do you want to handle all that cardboard?
Yeah, we'll speak to the cardboard. We actually talked about it at the prior meeting as well, with having the package room as well. The
And area for cardboard.
availability to take, leave your cardboard packaging down in that particular area, but Karen, will speak to it.
Okay. I have more, but I want to let you progress, so it should make some progress.
We'll finish and there's always time to come back. Just go through the other floor plans. One, the typical floor plan, again, really the only changes are those.
We do have
A103, and then the main changes are those, the south property line and the notches on the top. I do want to point out the apartment in the southwest corner, labeled 2-bedroom junior.
we did make modifications to the unit counts, correct?
It had previously been a 1-bedroom that was exceptionally large. And we made it very clear that it works as a nice 2-bedroom. It has two bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
And just so I'm clear, this was actually, the modifications that were made, actually were in part to bring the unit counts closer to what was originally referred to in the redevelopment agreement, correct?
The unit mix.
The unit mix, and also I do want to make it clear, we actually reduced the number of 3 bedrooms, correct?
That is correct.
Benefits of the municipality, would you say?
In general, I would say so.
Thank you.
I think you kind of had when you got the original request from the, you kind of had almost overcompensated in a way with too many singles, and now you've looked at it, refined it, you've got a better blend now that you've had a chance to look at.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay, cool. This is the typical floor, right?
This is
What we call
the
it?
second and third floor.
Okay. Any comments from anyone on the second question?
Are you gonna show an extra elevation, how you change the front one?
I'm getting there. So we just,
That was a big challenge for you, so.
so go on to the next, the fourth floor plan, which is A104. And here. It's same
Well, you can
thing.
just kind of like, put the cursor wherever Kevin's talking about, this,
Just the top corner, northwest corner, the 2-bedroom. Northeast corner. I misspoke.
Right,
It's on the building?
Of the building, yes, there you go. Is where there had been the tower, there is now a gable. So we lose a little space of headroom, that big area of roof is there to accommodate that, and it is kind of nice because it also opens up a view of the tower of the Masonic Lodge, so.
yeah, it's more articulation, there's lots of big, you did a great job.
Yeah, I think so as well.
With those 2 corner changes. that you did.
So, they're done by, you can go to the elevations, answer your question, or Commissioner McQueen. There's roof here is
I'm sorry, we're now on.
We're now.
one, I'm sorry, we're not, it's 105,
105.
is the roof plan showing that change and removal of the tower and place where really 2 gable roofs intersect at the northeast corner.
So, this is where I'll come back. I know you're gonna have decorative chimneys, and because I want this to be the most profitable situation, I know there'll be an opportunity to put 5G cell towers on this building. And I would suggest for profitability that you consider designing those decorative chimneys in a way that they are 5G cell tower make ready. And you know where they are, but at least think think of discussing with Verizon or AT&T or whatever, what they would like to be able to put the cell towers inside those chimneys. Because they're visually shielded then, so then in fact, there's a dual purpose, not just aesthetics, there's a functional purpose for those chimneys. The other aspect is, as part of that make ready, I am guessing, without being expertise, that they may need a conduit going somewhere, electrical conduit or something. That they would be able to let you know, and it's cost almost nothing to do it when you're building. And the other thing is there may be an access requirement that I don't know what that is, like, okay. Our technicians are gonna come and, do they have to be Santa and go down the chimney, what do they have to do to get access to the cell towers? So there's just an opportunity for you to make money on the leases for that stuff. For 5G coverage, I have no idea what the actual 5G coverage is downtown, but you're in an amazing place to be able to leverage that. So,
We have experience in doing.
and you have
doing
experience,
that.
so, but there's just whatever, you know.
You require, it just, you need the, whatever material to be somewhat transparent. to
Whatever
the-
you wanted
All
to, yeah, purple radiation. So, but since it's decorative, an opportunity. Sorry, any other questions? The generator we're holding on, right? Or is he talking?
You can ask.
So the emergency generator, it's one thing to like have emergency power for elevators and lights and so forth. Are you expecting to deliver any emergency power to the units themselves?
We do not.
No, so this is kind of an infrastructure emergency generator, not a tenant emergency power. It's not like they'll have red streakers, you know, in their units that will have power.
That's not the intent.
Whereas, and I know the implications are significant, but I just wanted to confirm that that's our understanding. That of course, let's use size at a much lower level. We have different fueling questions and so forth. And
Yeah, it's gonna be a gas generator.
It's natural gas.
and that.
The, yeah, the 2 bedroom apartment, not just 2 bedroom apartments.
There's 3 of them and they're connected to the 3 apartments that are, yeah. Yeah. It's a 2.
Yeah, we're talking about this, everybody, including the court is having a hard time hearing what a lot of people are saying tonight.
Yeah.
And sensitive to the members of the public as well.
My question was whether the roof decks are connected to 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom apartments.
There's 3 bedrooms.
They're all 2 bedroom apartments, correct?
There's one bedroom. That was
It's not
Yeah,
connected.
no, it connects to all the 2
And
bedroom.
of course, 2 bedroom is not connected either. You can see you can stay depicting the stairwell. And you can be in it.
I just the way it worked out.
Yes. We have designed the 2 bedroom apartment on the end so that if anyone wanted to combine those 2 apartments, that could be done, but was the intention.
And does that one at the end, the northeast corner, does that have a balcony?
It does not.
It does not. It does have views though.
It has nice views.
All right, but it's the 4th floor. Balcony.
So you had an extra elevation very versus see what that north corner is.
With your permission, why don't we go forward to the next? Which I think are the elevations. Zoom in, this is A200. where there had been the tower, it's now roof. And you can also see, which is why when we made those notches, the kind of forward gable is narrower, which is why I really felt it was important to revise the perspective, because it does show something. And one of the nice things, it actually shortens the apparent facade when it viewed from that viewpoint. It opens up to view a little bit of the side of the Masonic temple. We also managed to correct the bridgeway to the Palmer building and the elevation that was kindly pointed out at one of the last meetings, so.
Can you raise your voice a little bit for
Okay.
members of the public, the board professionals? If you're having a conversation with the board members, you're pretty close to them, that's great, but there's others here.
On the bridge over, you raise it up so at the level of the floor on the common floor, but it's not at the level of the floor on the main floor.
No, it's accessible. The intention is accessible from the second level of the Palmer.
But how, where does it go to? Where does the bridge go to?
It's not really a bridge. It looks like a bridge, but it's really an outdoor terrace that's attached to that.
So it's not really attached to the main residential.
No. It physically attaches, but it's not accessible from there because the floor elevations don't really work out.
Are the ceilings of the apartments on the third, fourth floor, the third residential level, are they gonna be flat or are they gonna be pitched? To accommodate the dormers, the gables and the like?
They're mostly flat. We've done a lot of energy to make sure that they're not hugely impacted. But there are some,
Due to what?
they're not hugely impacted by the roof. So where you have the long shed dormers, they will just, it will look like an ordinary room with a flat roof. There's some places in the sides where there are some eve conditions where you have the roofs come in, which is why we've cut those areas out in the fourth floor plan that we just saw.
Nice.
And they're actually, the roof is also, it's steep. It's a sort of gambrel effect. So the gables are not steep, but the roof that's going parallel to the Morristown Road street frontage and it's true on the south is about 60 degrees. So you don't lose a lot of usable space inside the units.
And how about the apartments that are in the gable?
And at the corners of the gable, you will have some effects, but we've accommodated for that in the plans. We just look at the east division. On the left. Which also shows that effect to the removal of the tower. And the opening up of that corner.
Those windows would be essentially looking out on the side or inside line. No one will ever see this elevation.
No, you will ever see this elevation, but you will see that the front edge of it. Because it's set back, it is 15 feet back. When you're across Morristown Road, you will see that a whole area that is at sort of the northern end.
The residents, people living in those apartments will have essentially a view of blank wall.
It's fairly wide space, but and the upper floors are up at looking into the roof. They're not looking at a wall.
Bob, any?
I have a question.
No, I don't think this is a challenge, it's just explaining what the expectations are. If you go to, LL1, sheet LL1. What is your latest thinking as to how that parking area is to be set up for retail? And guests, I mean, the wonderful thing is there's an opportunity to overlap guest parking and retail parking, it's like dual purpose and stuff, but I think. I want to hear from you guys what your thoughts are for. Where you, again, maybe, where you think retail and guest next to retail is gonna be. I know what I think, but.
You know, we're gonna have Mr. Carradine speak to that. Well, we touched on it the last time in terms of what we were thinking in terms of the location, but generally speaking, we're gonna have designated retail to the left side, closer to the retail. Otherwise, it's gonna be shared parking throughout.
Well, part of it has to be whether you assign stuff to units in that space, or whether you're gonna leave it as guests and so forth. There's a wonderful opportunity that unused guest spaces could supplement peak periods of retail consumption. But you'll need to figure that out. You gotta.
Yeah, it's always part of building management, Chairman. So, we do these projects, these mixed-use projects, very common building management.
And I guess the EV aspect of it is part of that, like, because you want to have, I guess there's not much, right? Just some EV requirement we have. So just whatever I know it's drilling into it, just, to me, it looked like a real opportunity. Benefit.
They're not charging for the parking. Monthly charge
Oh, tenants?
for the tenants.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, here's the controversial one I'm gonna come back to, and that is RF. And I agree, it's nebulous and in New Jersey law, but there are in fact health issues documented widely, especially globally, with RF radiation. And I want to be sure these apartments don't have any negative aspects to them. And there were maximum rent, maximum people waiting to get in, things like that. And you got that, it's a 4G tower next to you, beaming into your fourth floor, I believe, because I can't see it on an elevation, beaming into your fourth floor apartments. That will make people sick.
Chairman, I take exception to a statement like that because it's not scientific or
It
factual.
is scientific. So the point is, all I'm doing is saying, look, you're building this building. I want to be sure these apartments are, that you get as many as you can, that they're the best they can be, that there's no issue raised. And you're gonna be blocking the signal, that's an issue that the lodge has to deal with, that their value of their lease is gonna deteriorate in that. There is stuff you can do. People are gonna sleep next to these transmitters. Unless they realize they're not gonna buy an apartment, I'm not gonna rent an apartment that's next to the transmitter. Yep, coatings. Not expensive. Coatings that could at least be used to somewhat shield RF radiation. That's not the whole unit, not the whole project, but the stuff that's near it, there's stuff that can be done to mitigate RF. I'm not saying take the apartments down, like, no, we're not gonna grant you that apartment on the fourth floor. Because I'm agreeing with you, there's not enough concrete stuff for a lot of different political reasons. But there is absolute proof that it does cause health issues, proximity to the
I would,
transmitters.
as a better professional, fundamental experience.
I've seen it and we've got evidence.
I mean, this is what I do for a living, Mr. Chairman, and just respectfully, I don't agree with you.
That RF radiation,
It is not proven our radiation costs any negative.
that's not true. I would argue with you. Well, whatever.
Not here.
There's an opportunity to investigate.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask, I'm not an RF expert, but I deal with a lot of the tenant applications, and I'm always told radiation is not in the jurisdiction of municipalities, but is solely within the FCC.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to reconcile.
Yes, I can't hold you up, okay? Well, a lot of the things are, I'm just making suggestions. I want this to be the best it can be. RF radiation is real. It's proven to cause health issues, proven. There are people that.
This is not.
No, there's an opportunity to make this environment the best it can be. It's at least considered. I can't hold you.
We'll consider
I'm
it.
not
We'll take it
stipulating
under
or anything like
advisement.
that. You need to potentially look, given the proximity, you need to look at simple shielding coatings. Not gonna block every window, it's not gonna, but there's something you can do to a couple of those apartments that are adjacent to the transmitters.
And just so we're
It's not-
clear for any, there'll be a resolution, regardless. Just so we're clear for resolution, the chair is making a request with full recognition that the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996 and all the executive orders and FCC orders and directives that have come thereafter make it clear that we are federally preempted from making any demand or imposing any condition. But he's just the chair, at least solely, thus now is asking for a consideration, no imposition of a condition. And if you stipulate, you stipulate, and if you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
Because we can't force you by federal law.
Yeah, we can't even control what goes on.
Irrespective of what the evidence scientifically may or may not, people could debate it, but the cows come home, maybe the cows will get it. But ultimately, there's no debate that we're federally preempted.
Yes. We have no jurisdiction. I brought it up before, this is the news on the other topic, confidential stacking. And I see mostly it's the second bedrooms, I think you even pointed it out, like what's the difference between a junior and a regular 2 bedrooms? Oh, well, the 2 bedrooms has a den, or family room, I guess, with a door on it. We don't really have a way to enforce stacking. It's a concern of the town. Part of it, you may say, well, we run these buildings all the time. And our tenant agreement, at least says absolutely, bam, here are the occupancy constraints and here are the penalties for violating the occupancy agreement. Great, and we're just creating an attractive nuisance for people. The other thing is on your premium offering. You're not, like many of the apartments you have are not premium. And the people that do stacking will tend to go to those apartments and load them up with illegal occupants. So there's a benefit that because you're top class, premium, we're maybe not gonna get stackers so much in there. On the other hand, you're gonna be top-notch cost. And there'll be a financial incentive for people to try to bring some in. It's just a concern. I don't know how to mitigate it. I don't think we have jurisdiction to tell you, how to lay out the inside of the room, but it's a problem.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Can I relate my experience?
Yes.
I live in an open apartment, much like this one, that's nice. There are units that have dens with them associated.
You talk louder, we can't hear you now.
I live in a multifamily building, a downsize. And there are units that have dens, open dens, but dens. And they're open. There are the premium units that charge a lot more for them. And they're all used for office space, and I had one friend who used it for storage space. I can tell you from experience that I'm constantly inspected. My lease does not permit me to bring anybody in that shouldn't be there. I have to acknowledge who's gonna be living with me. I can't bring in 5 people in one bedroom. There are periodic inspections, and I will tell you, I live in a building, there are 7 buildings in my development, 250 units. It's a small world. And when somebody even does something out of the ordinary, we hear about it. So I understand the concern.
It's self-regulating.
So that's my, to a large degree, I understand the concern, it's self-regulating. Management, it's in management's best interest to make sure they don't have a lot of extraneous people walking around, engaging with living in the units. I was impressed by how often they come in and check. They're not looking, they don't come in and say, is anybody living? They're looking at the condition of the apartment. They're doing fire inspections twice a year. They're checking the alarm systems. And they're in every 6 months to change the filters on the HVACs. I'm not minimizing your concern. I'm just telling you that I believe it's self-regulating. And I believe that it's to your point, it's not something we can enforce, but I think it's self-regulating, so I just wanted to give you the benefit of.
Assurance that it can be done. It's just important you understand our concern. It's important that with your experience operating agreements and leases that you take the risk seriously. You're the best ones to be able to handle it. And we're obviously not gonna stipulate anything or whatever. It's just, once again, one of those things. We all want this to be as successful as possible. So I think that's
We're,
fair.
very fair, Chairman, we agree.
Okay.
Have you reviewed our housing ordinances for the borough? And is that something that you will find real comply?
Well, I can't say I actually physically reviewed them, but I would say they are your housing ordinance requirements, and we have to comply with what's provided. If it's a general code provision,
We have a lot of provisions that relate to 40 on whom is resident in at least property. I think you probably ought to take a look at those, so you're aware of how they work.
okay.
The other, you know, this is no surprise. The other touchy issue is, and maybe everything's great here, but I want to be sure we covered it, is the number and John mentioned this in his report, but the whole discussion about the number of stories in the southwest corner.
Right.
And I think I need you to present the applicant's position on that.
I will,
That's correct.
and I think we actually addressed it fully at the last meeting. I know it came back up again. But again, in the redevelopment plan, everything relative to height, stories, as well as feet was based off of that, original redevelopment grade of 408 feet. So based on that, it is our position we comply, with the ordinance as it relates to stories, as it relates to building height and feet.
So John, what's your?
I don't think that's consistent with the ordinance at all. The ordinance as equivalent, it's true, 408, but it also, as I recall, explicitly limits the building to 4 stories. And it's a definition of when we.
It's the definition, but it's based off of that 408,
I
original grade.
I don't have it in front of me, but maybe John.
Yeah, it's a redevelopment plan.
And that's true. It's really well, but they over.
Chairman, members of the board, this was discussed. I just wanted to verify the applicant's position on this, and I revisited this, I looked at it in context of the redevelopment agreement, what was attached to the redevelopment agreement. The pre-development grade was set at 408. Building height is measured from the top of the, measured to the bottom of the eave on the slope roof, the highest point of the surface of the flat roof. And then it doesn't really get into, it encompasses how you measure everything else. It does mention, minimum story height requirements shall be measured from the top of the finished floor to the floor above. So if you're establishing the grade at 408, you're measuring it that way. That was, I think, the intent of the plan that was incorporated into the redevelopment agreement. The concept plans and everything else that was also attached support exactly what the applicant is presenting to the board now. What the board is investigating and doing now are the details of the engineering and architecture with respect to compliance with that. So I think the building conforms. That's just based upon the evaluation of the redevelopment plan, the set story is based on the 408. And this is what was presented to the council, and I think they understood that as well. But
I
that,
mean, if I give me a moment, just, I want to pull the, plan.
sure. It's page 22 on my.
Okay, good.
Now, while he's doing that, I'd like to comment that
I can give you my copy.
the original proposal had the unit closer to the street, you know, everything was there, you hadn't done. So that you're now set back a bit, so this perception wise, the fact that you pulled it back a bit reduces some of the visual impact. And I think originally it was never really a concern about the southern exposure being on the track. Really the Mount Airy side, that's probably what that does.
That's accurate, Jerry. The focus was on the visible side of Mount Airy, off of, the mine. So the southern corner, we knew there were going to be grade changes. It was difficult without actual engineering drawings to kind of calculate that. So the intent behind the 4 stories is they didn't want the building to overwhelm, but also put a cap on what they expected in terms of building height. And the product is better than anticipated. And of course, the changes to that corner, further minimize the impact.
Yeah, it's the carrot and stick, we kind of took the stick a bit, there's maybe what I'm concerned about is if we have to do anything to allow it. That's all, so
That would be up to the board, obviously, and your interpretation. I think it's compliant, but you know, that's entirely the board's prerogative in terms of the plan that the council adopted and that we reviewed in the past. But again, we didn't have the benefit of detailed grading and drainage and all the engineering that's goes into this. And it's difficult, so you know, lay it out, you hold it correct sometimes.
Bulk requirements. There's a lot of area, external yard and bulk requirements. And I'm looking at number of paragraph 6, 6. Now, maximum number of stories and building height, 4 and 40 feet. The 4 is not at all kind to the 4,
There's an asterisk there too, I think.
and the asterisk ties, I believe, to the height shall be measured, but it doesn't talk about the stories counted.
If you count the first floor at 408, that's what the stories.
But 408 has nothing to do with 4 stories. They're 2 separate standards.
That's the board's interpretation to
Well,
Chair's
I
point.
can tell you, when we did the zoning for the downtown, which has this exact same provision, we wanted to prevent buildings on slopes being 4 stories on one end and 5 on
It
the other.
allows the walkout, I remember that.
And you know, it's what?
The applicant's not proposing
a walkout in terms. But we didn't limit the walkout. If you look at the pictures of this building, when you look at it from that side, it's 5 stories.
Yeah.
Then to the chairman's point, if the board determines that it is believed, then you can grant it or not based on the criteria that is established in the development engineer's relationship.
Chairman, if I could ask you,
You're fading in and out, John. Sorry? You're fading in and out. I'm just saying, to the chairman's point, if the board determines it's 5, you have the ability to grant relief under the plan, under the same criteria. I don't disagree with that. So I don't disagree with the grant relief. So I mean, if the chairman sees, I don't want to speak for you, you're concerned about the process.
I want to be sure we're
it's real simple. If you conclude it's 4 stories, you don't have to grant relief, and it'll be clear in the resolution. If you conclude it's more than 4 stories and you grant the relief, then that'll be reflected in the resolution. Now, you've heard from the planner, he believes it's compliant, your planner, and he doesn't believe that relief is required. If I may ask one question, was there a concept plan, somewhat rhetorical, a concept plan attached to the redevelopment plan? And
Yes.
Okay, did that concept plan indicate one way or the other with elevations, the fact that there might be what could be argued to be
So,
5 stories in this type of situation?
no,
Because that concept plan could have some bearing on the interpretation of the provisions we're talking about.
so the concept plan had the elevations.
Right.
They're not identical, obviously
Sure
they've
they're
been
not.
tweaked, but overall, in terms of the building layout, that's what it was. They spent an awful lot of time during the redevelopment agreement for this specific purpose to actually set everything based off the pre-development grade.
Well,
And
there's
that's
clearly
been
a
our
provision
position.
for pre-development grade to determine building height, hereby establish a
Correct.
base grade elevation of 408 feet. And clearly in the provision of the area involved requirements number 6, maximum number of stories and building height, stories / feet, 40, 4 stories, 40 feet. Clearly it's one line, and clearly they're referencing height by way of stories and feet. So certainly there is a valid interpretation that that the 408 could be the basis or the base elevation for both height in feet and height in stories. I recognize there's another argument that can also be made. And what we're trying to get at is the intent in the ordinance. We have our board planners position on it, and I believe John might have been.
I have one more comment.
But there's a vigorous debate ongoing.
There is a distinction, in the downtown versus the redevelopment plan. That distinction is the measurement of the building height. In the downtown, we require periodic, certain distance measurements along the frontage. Right. Because we know that the slopes are gonna vary, and we don't know what those slopes are, but they're applied to the entire downtown. Here, we knew the property and what we were dealing with, we had preliminary, very preliminary elevation data. And we, for better or worse, 408 was selected. And that is the distinction, I think, between the downtown and this particular redevelopment plan, which redevelopment plans are set apart from the conventional zoning that underlies that area. It supersedes and overtakes it. And so that's the point. I mean,
I can speak to the fact, when considering the redevelopment plan. Because there was discussion about the initial architecture level disclosure of open garage areas. That whole side of the building was discussed in consideration of. In its concept.
the concept plan attached to the redevelopment agreements has no elevation. So this would not have been apparent to the council when it was presented. My understanding is they had extensive discussions about the height of the building. That wasn't part of those. I was part of the development plan. That wasn't part of the redevelopment agreement. That you can't look to the development agreement. That this was clearly within the contemplation of council. Might be elsewhere, but the development agreement does not have an elevation.
I'm saying it doesn't have an elevation view, or it doesn't have annotated elevation There's just no elevation view at all, it's all just, it's all. It's not that there were elevations, but they didn't have numbers on.
But I can say that elevations were discussed.
Does the applicant have a position, actually, the applicant has a position, what's the applicant's support for their position? Beyond that which has already been addressed, to say that the stories tied to the 408 elevation, per the redevelopment, plan, not just the agreement. The plan is what's governing the zoning, and as opposed to simply the height fee.
Well, again, it's everything that we've talked about, everything being based off the 408 pre-development grade. And for the same reasons that Mr. Zabo, who was involved in the preparation of the redevelopment plan, has already articulated.
Well, my question then is this, if everything's off 408, and 408 is gonna be great, why was the requirement of 4 stories? That would have been superfluous.
Would it be would it be 4 stories from 408?
Because
40 feet. Isn't it?
Yeah.
it's not uncommon to have stories and feet ordinances.
40 feet.
Why did you, if you're gonna say that the base is 40 feet, 408, and that was gonna govern everything, why do you have the 4-story requirement? What purpose did that serve?
It was full, I think it was the concern was along Morrison, in Mount Airy. Not allowed them to get any. Maybe wasn't articulated as clearly as it should, but that's.
Redevelopment council isn't here. Redevelopment council is here. Formal. So.
It sounds like there was some implied understanding, and John, you mentioned this, that, okay, we know there are gonna be more stories along the southern exposure, along the tracks. That was kind of, everybody knew that would be the case.
So that was my understanding.
Yeah, and so now, but now we're dealing with the transition between Morristown Road, where the focus may have been
Even with cross slopes.
canyons sloping on Mount Airy.
And I can also, I can stipulate to the fact that we're trying to control the frontage. And many of those parameters were debated, discussed, modified, moved multiple times, Jeff. So the focus was on the front.
Well, and I will agree that it's artfully written, I agree, but that was
The other thing you made a variance on is the ambulance. Not that we're gonna hold you up on that, but there's only 2 types of routes that are approved in the plan. One is pitched route, and the other is flat. So the
And it was our suggestion.
It was our suggestion, so,
they complied, they modified it to the police board.
Yeah,
I would suggest that.
but we can capture that, he's saying, let's just capture that was easy, I think, just capture it and say, yes, we know.
Right.
I suspect, to be clear, we need to capture the 4-story thing and say that. Well, it's up to, however, yes, but that the 5 stories that are there are documented and permitted.
It would be clear either way, just to be clear, because if you interpret it as not being required, that will be clear in the resolution. If you interpret it as being required, that will be clear in the resolution.
Yeah,
And then, if it's an approval, then the relief obviously would be clear as well. So either way, it will be captured. It just depends on which way you go.
And just to throw just to clarify one other thing, the applicant's notice includes any other such language that.
Oh, it's covered.
You have jurisdiction to do it.
My co-counsel is, but he's correct.
I was.
You would help, he was correct. If there's any concern, the relief that we're talking about is covered in the notice, under the catch-all language. Should the board determine.
I think
Either
if
these
we're
deviations.
determined, we should acknowledge and take the accountability for saying, yes, we do know it's 5 stories. But for acknowledging, or accepting it to the board.
And I frankly, I
Don't
believe
use
there's
stipulations.
more than sufficient proofs that it's support the actually the development planning criteria that it's.
But maybe then you wanna wait till the deliberations and.
Yeah,
discuss it at that
maybe,
time.
I just would like it buttoned up, I don't want,
It will definitely be buttoned up one way or the other,
yeah,
whichever way you go.
well. Thank you.
This.
This is from the.
Okay, so we had a number of items,
Okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if I might.
We'll get there in a minute.
And just some random.
Look, no. Well, it slopes down 10 feet. The primary is down 10 feet.
We'll circle back on that issue.
Chairman, I think the court reporter's asked me for a 5-minute break.
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute break, after which we will have questions from the public for this witness.
Yep.
Is that okay? So 10 to 10. So it's a 7-minute break, please. Back in session. I know we have a number of operational discussions, but, there's one item that's a sticky wicket, and I don't think we have an answer for it, we're just trying to anticipate the issue. And that is exiting from the property on the driveway, going and taking a left turn. And I know we had talked about constraining the turns and so forth, but it almost seems to us that constraining the turn creates even a worse condition, you know, than telling people to go right. So I'm wondering if miraculously, if you guys thought about the left-hand turn challenge and have any thoughts on it. One thought, somewhat controversial maybe that I had was, well, could we consider using the Mount Airy exit for right-hand turns? But the way that roadway is structured, the backups are incredible. And they go all the way back sometimes to the shop. And it will be impossible to make a left-hand turn safely, because of course you've got to avoid the oncoming traffic and you've got to merge in to the left-hand side. So I'm asking because maybe we came up with some brilliant idea or thoughts of what you think would be the best way to do this. We think no matter what, if the property gets developed in any way, there will be these problems for anything that was on the property in making the left turn. It's not, it's just that you're the one developing it and you have fairly intensification of very low usage. So that's kind of the introduction of just letting you know we're acknowledging there's a challenge with, so anything, your thoughts, any?
I'll have Mr. Carradine speak to it when he gets up, because he's gonna touch on a couple operations issues.
Okay, we'll be there. Could be the.
Sir, I do want to just speak to the height issue, and again,
Oh, the height.
however, wherever we end up on it, you know, by the end, and we believe, again, by setting the intention here, by setting the pre-development grade at 408, that was supposed to be the basis for height in feet, height in stories. And we've heard what Mr. Zabo said. I do want to point out, and it's really just a matter of point from your own ordinance. I think it's actually section 12.12.4.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Section 12, I know it's here. It's actually land development ordinance 12-12.14 building height. Subparagraph D, and I'm just gonna quote, where a lot slopes down from the primary street a minimum of 10 feet vertically, one additional story is allowed beyond the maximum number of stories as applicable by sub-district. Such additional story shall be used only for underground or covered parking, storage, or mechanical equipment. So that's actually your downtown ordinance. I think that was again, the intention in this regard. I don't think there was any question at the time the redevelopment plan was done or the redevelopment agreement, what this building was gonna be. The focus being, as Mr. Zabo said, on Morristown Road and that part of it. So we again maintain, we believe we're consistent with the ordinance. I know you're gonna consider it, discuss it more, et cetera, but I did just want to point out that provision in your underlying code. And there's provisions about ambiguities and so forth and deferring to that. So I just
Mr.
want
Chairman, if I
to.
could, Mr. Collins, so that I can understand what you're saying and sort of nutshell it, are you saying that even if we were to look at the provisions with respect to, 408 elevation grade, setting the base for stories and find that ambiguous and fall, even if the board were to do that. And fall back on the underlying zoning, which is what would happen under the redevelopment plan. Are you saying in essence, you would qualify for what would otherwise constitute a fifth story anyway under the underlying zone?
That's correct, as long as it's used for parking, storage, et cetera.
And it's your contention that if, under that circumstance, that is what the quote unquote fifth story would be utilized for, the first of the 5 stories?
I know the provision you're talking about, but I'm not sure it applies here.
It doesn't apply, it's good to know.
Well, it's a downtown provision, I get
Right,
it, yeah.
no, but it's frontage, you know, it's designed to say if you're sloping away. Now, this is on frontage, I like the idea that you just brought it up,
But we are sloping away from what we.
but not from frontage.
On the main street. So,
I think it's important, it's good, it's great, that's good, it's just kind of a supporting, well, there's some interesting stuff. I think that because it's on Mount Airy,
By the way, if I can ask a question, Councilman McLean, weren't there architectural presentations made at the council or what?
When I said that we saw elevations, those are what are.
I think
they're still, I think they were presented on YouTube and they were.
They were, and look, I can tell you there's a lot of discussion about the back, because I don't want to speak. Some of the council proposing people were concerned about an enclosed garage. And that facade, and it was a topic of discussion. It wasn't my own concern, but there was a discussion.
I think this definitely covers the southern elevation. Fully complies based on this statement. I think the western elevation, which is Mount Airy, that's frontage, so it's good to know, but I'm not sure it's a home. But it certainly gets rid of the train track side.
Yeah, but I was speaking to the train.
That's certainly handled by this piece of ordinance.
And well, if nothing else, might be informative as to how you decide the interpretation issue. And if you decide the interpretation issue is requiring the DDA district, it might be informative as to how you rule on that.
Yeah,
A deviation.
I don't think it's
Fine.
slam dunk, that's all.
Just, and just to add to the conversation, I do want to make it clear, within the redevelopment plan, Morristown Road is actually considered a primary, street. Secondary street, under the redevelopment plan is, Mount Airy Road.
and this, I don't have that provision, you have it in front of me. I have not memorized.
Yeah, come on, man.
Not every word? No,
I don't memorize it either, believe me, Mr. Horowitz.
It's, thank you for bringing it up. I still think whatever it is, we're gonna need the two choices to do.
You're gonna let us know whether they
Yeah.
need it or not, in your
Yes.
opinion, and then if they did, whether they got it.
Okay. So we said we would ask questions of the architect from the public before we get into operations. So,
One thing I will also stipulate to from earlier, when I was gonna have Mr. Smith deal with it on the floor plans. Question earlier regarding, floor drains and so forth in the garage. We had a discussion, because I thought we talked about it in an earlier meeting. We are certainly amenable to putting in, an oil water separator, maybe a couple oil water separators. It's an engineered technique relative to picking up what's coming into the floor drains.
Right.
Within the structure. It's really an engineering thing that I'm certain that our engineer would be able to work with Mr. Brightly on and so forth. But we would certainly stipulate to that as a condition, based on the concerns we heard about with oils and other substances coming off of cars.
so anyway, as I said,
Question for Mr. Smith, I'm sorry.
question from the public, just, come on down, either questions only, not comments, and,
Hi there, good evening, I'm Julie Ruth. I live at 361 Mount Harmony in Bernardsville. I'm sorry, no, my name is Julie Ruth, RUTH. Thank you. I live at 361 Mount Harmony in Bernardsville. I have a couple of questions for you in regard to the safety of the building. One is a simple answer, and then I'd like to talk about the EVs. When you were talking about the roof and the pitch. So what happens if we get a big ice storm? Does that then it starts melting? Is all that ice gonna go flying down the road?
No.
And why?
We would put in snow guards, which are typical ways of dealing with that along the whole eve.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. So my question is, can you just refresh my memory on the drawings? Where exactly are the EV charging stations? Are those in the underground part of the parking lot?
They are, I'm sorry, they are in the portion of the garage that is somewhat above grade. That is visible, if it's above the elevation of the railroad tracks.
Okay, so are there 3 charging stations?
No. There are charging stations
all
along
around.
the entire way.
So what's on top of the charging stations? Apartments?
A floor above with a big concrete slab, and the apartments are actually in that area are not directly above, they're set back. There's a little sort of terrace outside.
Can you explain a little bit about, here's my concern. The risk, so electric vehicle fires are more infrequent than regular ice fires. However, the internal combustion engine fires. However, when they do catch fire, they can burn at degrees of 5,000 degrees. Firefighters need special equipment. Have we considered giving our fire department this equipment? It's not free. Do we have additional ventilation to protect our people when they're going in and trying to fight a fire? And I'm concerned about the location of the trash in relationship to the EV charging stations, because a lot of the damage from the EVs are from damage to the batteries. And that's how they start, from the short of the battery being damaged. So I'm concerned that, and I can't tell, I'm not a, parking lot engineer. I'm just concerned in wonderful considerations you've given to that, like a truck coming in with the garbage truck and backing into one of these EVs, and all of a sudden you've got damage to the battery. And you've got a short, and you've got this, flame that spreads. And if it spreads to one, and it's gonna be on the next EV, and it's gonna be on the next EV. And they've got a firefighting right now, and NFPA addresses it in a couple of different ways. But it's basically let it burn or let it a lot of water.
We are
So,
sprinkling.
my question is, what are the safety considerations that you've given to these EVs and the people that are living on top of them?
To answer your questions, firstly, we have located in a way that there is additional ventilation, natural ventilation. So that is a major way of providing this additional security. There is a very thick 3-hour concrete slab above it between them and the residences above. We have separated those from the place where the trash trucks would come and go. So there's a good amount of distance. And we have given some thought to exactly this.
Yeah, and has the insurance company done a plan review?
We have not yet had the insurance company do a plan review, but we expect that these are all the techniques that one uses typically to address very valid concern.
Yeah, so those are my main questions. It's really all around the EVs, the bicycles. A lot of places don't allow electric vehicles, electric EV bikes.
The bikes are.
That's a big problem. And we're allowing that.
We would, but only in that location because it is basically open to the air. And
And our fire department, our fire officials are okay with these plans.
we have reviewed them extensively.
They work collaboratively with fire officials and this major topic, and they've adjusted and optimized their plans. You don't have a final document from the fire department. summarize the group's recommendations. The applicant did try to summarize, the activities.
Thank you for that. I'm just really concerned. There's been over 300 garage
Sorry,
fires.
Chair, but we might need
Okay.
a lot of latitude
You
was
can
given
come
to
back.
that question, so you might want to save it for the public comment under oath.
And it's not just where they're charging, you know, I mean, we need vehicles can park anywhere and burn up anywhere. Keep that in mind.
I understand that, but they're concentrating underground in the garage.
Well,
All
yeah,
right, thank you for the floor.
Hi, I'm Diane Baglio, and I live at 52 Lime Mountain Road in Bernardsville. And my question is a little bit like, someone before me said, I wanted to know who the fire department meets with and has met with. I found out tonight that they have met with the principals, and I wanted to know if they met with you. And also, do they meet with the, because of the location of the building, do they meet with the Department of Transportation too? And I think that's a very good question to see what equipment they have that would accommodate a fire in that building.
So you,
My-
maybe, we got the question. Maybe, the question, maybe either the applicant's witness or counsel can explain what occurred vis-a-vis meetings with the fire officials.
Yeah, well, we've had a number of meetings, we've had a number of discussions, and Glenn Miller's been part of it. Number of things we agreed to, actually, the EV spaces were specifically discussed. We also mentioned the NFPA upgrades and some other things that we agreed to. Actually, open air spaces in the garage and the exhaust system, recommendations from the fire officials. I can't speak to who they had any further dialogue with. We've done what we can to reach out to them, to be proactive. We actually haven't received a formal report. One has not been issued to the board either, for that matter. But we do have a building.
My understanding is you have a bunch of stipulated two conditions as a
We do.
result of your meetings with the fire.
That is correct, so
Even over and above what you just laid out.
That is correct, so we've got a number of them. And obviously, we have to have a building that meets all fire codes, that provides adequate access for emergency access, emergency vehicles and the like. Provide all the fire codes, subcodes, fully sprinklered building, garages are fully sprinkled as well. So if there are car fires in there, those sprinkler systems will activate.
it's all been based on construction. No, there have been no formal meetings on firefighting. The methods that will be used for firefighting.
Well, for the general public, is there a report issue? Like you said, we would hear.
There would normally be a report from the fire official that discusses any concerns they have about beyond the construction, which they've already addressed, but, or if they weren't, if they disagree on the construction. But it would also address, fire fighting in that memo, which we've not received.
Oh,
And there are some obvious challenges, and for all of Bernardsville, but
Yeah.
especially in large places, that we don't have a truck
would
in
they,
Bernardsville.
right, would the fire marshal come to one of these meetings?
They should, they're supposed to respond, they did not.
Oh, that's. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, but fire lane, anything like that, fire marshals.
Is it appropriate if we're in questions for me? I just want to ask a follow-up question. Above the EV stations, water is not. It's not how you fight a battery fire. You need to have different suppression equipment, and actually water will make it worse.
No. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but there's.
Well, is the applicant, the applicant would not object to,
Discussing with the fire department.
this lady mentioned. You're probably gonna have to save it for sworn testimony.
It's fine.
Yeah.
but just in that area.
But just a question there, are you planning having sprinklers, shoot water down on the EVs if they go on fire? Do you have something else planned? What's the plan?
It's required.
Yeah.
It's
Sprinkler.
what you have sprinklers, you have to.
Even
run-
above the EVC?
You have to run them everywhere.
Oh.
I just know from other experience in a large building that water can be a problem with an EV fire. So I don't, if you can ask the fire department about if you need a different suppression system about EVs.
They haven't caught up.
They haven't.
Not the EVs, no, it's like the bicycle charging, they haven't caught up to EVs. EVs could be anywhere, you would have to change the entire fire suppression system. It was stated correctly that the current philosophy is let it burn. And, we're not, the question, does Bernardsville want to spend money on other types of firefighting gear, a cloak, that goes over the fire suppressor, but they haven't talked to how they're fighting the fire. All great points, but all, technology mismatches, as you can see in our society. Problem. And yes, Adam, Robert.
I have a design question, so could you go back
Wait,
to?
I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry, Michelle Conover, 16 Boroughs Avenue, Burnsville. So could you go back to the slide that showed the eastern side, the side that looks at the Masonic Temple with the ramp and everything? I think it's a little bit.
It's a little lower.
A little bit low.
A little bit over.
Yes, bottom left.
Yeah, so on the ramp, I can obviously see where the big garage door is. I'm assuming that's where the cars are gonna access. But there's 3 little doors on the side too. Are those doors,
Those are grates
okay,
to provide ventilation.
okay.
For exactly what you've just been
Thank
talking.
you. I thought this was for bicycles, but okay, sorry. And then there was, I think on the southern
And they're
side too, the same thing. So those are just grates to provide ventilation.
So you're not looking into the garage.
Yep, got it. Okay, just curious about those. Thank you.
Next.
No one can do it. Very basic.
the way this, it was inadvertent. No one was that. No one was that. Okay, Gary.
Gary Hazelton, Minebrook Road. I know I'm not gonna get an answer to my question because of, the discussion of the fact that we haven't gotten a firefighting report back. But I did wanna note the comment that I heard Chairman Graham make, saying just simply, we don't have a truck. And that's because I've heard so often that we don't have a truck to fight a fire at 5 stories or 4 stories. That's why it has always been 3. I've been going to a lot of meetings. So just to get it on the record, the lack of a truck and, no.
Yeah, they have to call in, there's 3 choices. They call in from the other town, Liberty Corner, I forget which one's there. That is the reason why they've been asked to have 20-minute supply on the sprinklers, because it takes longer for us because we're volunteer to just get there.
We're all volunteer. Great.
And it takes even longer to get the larger trucks in, and then there's the question of, well, how would they fight the fire anyway? Well, so it does a 100-foot ladder, it's like, how's it gonna help?
Yeah,
But
that's,
firefighting has changed in
yeah,
March.
that's my real question. Yeah.
They
I know.
don't fight the way you think they fight, sprinkler. And, they would never fight it on the south exposure, for instance, where the trains are. There'd never be people back there, or any intent to fight the fire that way. It's, you really change the methods as you go, to these higher floor buildings.
I hope
And
we
so
wouldn't need-
the sprinklers are so critical.
I hope we wouldn't need to fight it from the outside on the Mount Airy side as well with the height.
But it's tough, it's tough, but it's a lot more of an urban methodology than fighting a home fire. It's, you go in, you go to the place where it's burning and you fight the fire from the inside. It's interesting.
It'll be a lot of training for our
Their
fire.
points are valid, and it's like,
All right, thank you very much. She's just gonna get out of the way.
Catherine Medici, Children's Street. So I'm going to have questions based on the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, the letter dated February 7th. And I'm sure you've read it. And I think it was Mr. Curtis who said that since you're building on an historic property, this becomes relevant. So since that's up on there, I might as well start with that. Did you not make, at the last meeting, did you not make a change on the, is there a slight overhang on the Mount Airy side and you moved to a gambrel roof there,
Yes,
right? Okay, so is now,
and we shortened that whole element by the floor.
right, okay, so, and that's nice. And then on the front side here, you said you narrowed it, but is that actually a gambrel roof? Did you, when you read this letter, did you take into consideration any of the other changes or suggestions that the committee suggested? And if so, what were they?
I mean, we've read the things. We think, you know, it's an aesthetic thing. The basic roof is a gamble strategy that has steep bits and the top would be invisible. That we prefer the gable expression on the visible side. So those two, you know, there's a gable in the middle above the arch.
Can
And
you use your mouse and show me that specifically?
actually, if you want to zoom me on to
Please.
the. The.
Oh, it should.
So, to point out.
And what did you say you do? You said you narrowed it, but so I think.
So from the.
Because the committee's position was that if you lower it, it would actually give a visual lower roof story. So even though you're 4 or 5 stories, whatever, it would visually reduce the look of it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you.
That's very nice.
Thank you. Now, Chairman Graham.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman.
The lowest button, I think.
There we go.
That's right, but.
So it's, I mean, it is the same, if these were a gamble shape, this eave would be in the same place.
Okay.
So I think we have actually done a lot of effort to make sure it looks as though we can, which is why we spoke about trying to figure out how to not really impinge on the apartments on the 4th floor. And even in the plans that we had drawn, we had lowered this eave somewhat. It's actually a little bit below the floor level of the 4th floor in order to give the whole building, to minimize the effect, especially on the Morristown Road. And the thing that I did point out is that this, there's sort of a gable in front of a gable. And did
Isn't that
that?
just a B dormer?
No, this is a gable that's forward, if we perhaps pick up the perspective, but this is now 4 feet. This gable is 4 feet forward of that gable. So when seen from the side, actually that one perspective, you don't see any of the building to the left of it. So it helps give it a less of a presence and a little more light and air, both on the side against the Masonic Lodge and against the side next on the space to the sidewalk.
Well, thank you. Is there anything else in their letter that you adjusted?
We have.
Any of their considerations that you adjusted?
I view that most of the things that in the letter are things that we had really tried to do in ways that.
Okay.
And we did, you know, we did very specifically do the thing on Mount Airy side. Have the gamble roof, but I think the bigger thing is not the roof shape.
It's the height.
Is we reduce it a whole floor, which we just, we lost it.
This picture,
Just like that.
the letter you're referring to is the historic preservation,
Correct.
Yeah.
well, keep in mind that one of the things that they changed, they got rid of that block tower
Oh, that's true.
Yes,
on the side.
yes.
I think
That was
something
it.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it in that one?
They mentioned the tower.
Okay.
With Masonic Lodge being taller and typically in.
No, there was a tower effect. On the northeast section that they are.
The second question that I have is, for me, a little more serious. It's, you know, in the letter, they talk about the height of the building, quote, as inappropriate from a scale contextual basis. The building will block light from the street and create a wind and noise corridor. Now, my concern is, how can you mitigate that potential hazard for the safety and well-being of the 5 or so neighborhoods that are in direct line with that? And we already experienced, and full disclosure, I live in one of those neighborhoods. And we do experience those wind shifts. We've had the hurricane touch down there, just like the microbursts were up there, and there's been a lot of damage. So how can you mitigate that, the hazard of the wind and noise corridor because of the height, because of the scale of the building?
We don't see that it's going to make any measurable difference in wind and in wind. It's not a very tall building. My experience, a 4-story building doesn't have the sort of effects. It's not much taller than a good size Victorian house, and it doesn't create the sort of. It's not going to exacerbate things that are happening naturally because of the overall environment.
Thank you.
Sure. Control
Aaron Duff, 51 Prestige Drive in Bernardsville. Perfect, that's the one I want to look at first. The north previous designs, I seem to remember the grade looking smoother. You have some, what looks like steps in the grade on maybe this one, maybe the last one. Can you describe, was that intentionally done, or I'm assuming that there are not steps in the sidewalk, is that correct?
There are not steps in the sidewalk. You know, when we draw an elevation, we kind of saw through. So if you're at the sidewalk level, it's smooth. But when you're right outside each of those retail elements, there's a little terrace. And so you will have the effect of stepping directly outside.
As you're moving, you know.
As you're walking down the sidewalk, you're not gonna see it, but there's little planters and there are terraces that. So that you can get entrances and people in wheelchairs can get in and out of those retail spaces.
So maybe, are you saying towards the street, it's level, and then as you get closer to the building, there might be some terrace step?
Actually, Paul might just get zoom in on the landscape plan to answer your question.
You want to go back, Chief?
Just the landscape plan for the first floor plan. Here. Should show it. And zoom in on the Morristown Road. So the sidewalk is continuous. But there are, within this is a little planter. And there's this sidewalk is at the level of this retail space. And this little terrace is at two feet lower. Because it slopes, as you know, the road slopes down so much. And there's a similar but not so strong effect right here. Actually, this one stays level, whereas the sidewalk goes up past it.
So there would actually be steps inside in the lighter area,
Yeah.
whereas in the.
And you should be able to get, you know, where those grade levels match.
Without a step.
Without a step, sure.
Okay, thank you.
So it's just a drawing convention, that's why there's steps there.
Thank you. Can we go back to the north elevation on the 1800? So I guess I would then ask, and I think maybe I'll ask you, did the height of the first story from the pre-development grade change over the various mills? No, still the same. What is the height from the adjacent sidewalk all the way on the east side and the left side up to that ceiling? Can you zoom in on that?
On the east side here,
Correct. Yeah,
there, here it is 12 feet to the bottom.
sure, as you go
I
up,
think,
the
and there, I think it's 11.
11 is the shortest.
Is the shortest.
Ceiling. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I asked, I guess,
It gets taller, obviously, as you go down.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the breezeway, and, you know, that area in between the Palmer building and the, mixed-use building. What, can you describe what that looks like as you're looking towards the mixed-use building? You said that it doesn't actually go into the building. It seems like maybe looking from the Mount Airy side, it looks like there might, or should be a window there. Is there a window on that wall that you're looking at as you walk out there? Can you just describe what it looks like?
Perhaps the
Mount Airy side,
the perspective is a better.
west elevation maybe?
Would know if we show the perspective, I think it's.
Can you see it from that?
Yeah.
A5? And the building juts out there too.
It juts out. It just,
So what does it look like? What is it? Can you describe what it looks like? Is it, you got a wall, blank wall?
it's a blank wall on the left and there's a door into the Palmer building.
On that
Second
side.
floor.
Oh.
And there might be a window. It's into the back of the club room.
And what's below that?
That's the archway into the parking. That's where you come out of parking.
So you can emerge from the lower level one up a staircase into there?
It's up a ramp. It's about 2.5 feet
Up a ramp.
lower than the plaza.
Okay.
So you can see directly.
Okay, and could you please go back to the west elevation?
Thank you.
I get, you know, I'll take that back. What would you say in your, you know, in your architectural expertise? What is the purpose of that breezeway area? Well, what purpose is that serving aesthetically or functionally? By connecting those two buildings, even though you're not connecting them?
Actually, it just to keep it from feeling like a tight spot. And
How
a
wide?
little bit of screening. It's, you know, it's open, so you can see through. Does that seem nicer than just having a space between the two buildings that is.
On the, okay, so this elevation, okay, what is the height of the wall that runs between the back of the Palmer building and the front of the building with the truck entrance?
It's about 12 feet.
So that 12 feet to the top of the wall, 12 feet to the top, there's
12 feet.
wrought iron bars on top?
It's slightly above the level. It's like 10 feet to the level of the courtyard, and then there's another couple of feet. And then there's wrought iron on top of it.
Okay, so when you're looking at the courtyard, that wall is only a couple feet tall,
Right.
but when you're looking at it from Mount Airy Road, it's 12 feet
12
plus,
feet is
plus the iron on top.
a kind of standard height, and we haven't introduced those windows. This has been noted before.
And I'm assuming the purpose of that is to enclose the courtyard. Essentially provide privacy to your
Full protection.
wall protection. I mean, you could use stairs, but if it was open, you could just have it, you know.
Yes, it's security, but also stairs would make it impossible to have the trash room underneath it. And there's an exterior exit stair.
From the garage.
From the courtyard down.
Okay. Can I ask on the right side, I guess, the south side there, on the very corner we were just discussing. The first ceiling there, that's above the stone facade. What's the height to the grade there?
From here to the floor.
Correct.
This is elevation 400 and that's elevation 411.
11 feet approximately?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I also look on the
South elevation? Same question from the other side. You know, when you're looking at the far east side there on the left.
6
Same.
feet.
That's from,
It's so, sorry. This is the south of it,
correct on the right there.
move over to the full south elevation. So, I mean, it's
No,
probably,
I'm sorry.
It's 6
Maybe I
feet.
gave you the wrong direction.
and then it goes down, and it goes down, and it goes back up again.
Okay, what do you,
The lowest level on here is 399. And the first floor elevation, 411.
okay, so it's anywhere between 11 feet and up to maybe 6 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so, your design for this, property, I believe it's been testified by you, maybe somebody else, is to, provide for your residents a private courtyard without public access, is that correct?
That's correct.
In designing your architectural plans, did you review the Palmer Square redevelopment plan that sets the zoning for the property?
Yes.
Would you agree that one of the primary goals of the redevelopment plan is to promote the redevelopment of the site to enhance the downtown and the civic center of Bernardsville?
Yes.
Do you believe that the goal of creating a town civic center, using this property would be better served by providing public access to the building courtyard?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it is my experience and as an architect is that it is nice to provide those kind of spaces along the public way. And that is the way to generate the kind of vitality, which was what we have done, is providing a significant increase in publicly accessible spaces that are along the street.
But not the interior green space.
And that are lined in turn, as the redevelopment plan calls for, by a maximum of retail frontage. And that not having the retail frontage in an interior courtyard doesn't really. It's merely a sort of pocket park, but it doesn't push people to have the kind of vitality that the plan really calls for. And what in my mind, the center of Bernardsville needs.
From your residents' perspective, do you feel like it would better serve them to allow them integration into the community by opening it up to the public as opposed to segregating them behind the walls and the gates?
In my mind, I think that those that live right on that would much prefer it not being open. In ways that can't be controlled.
So that's, I guess, a different response. Your response is that it's really about the privacy interests or security interests of those first floor residential units that front on the courtyard.
Yes.
How many units is that?
7 or 8.
So there are 60 other units in the building. Correct? 120 other residents.
Yeah.
That do have access to the courtyard.
Yes.
And you believe that the security privacy concern is different, having 120 apartment dwellers being able to enjoy the courtyard out there as it would be if the public were able to enjoy the courtyard? Is there a greater security risk from the Bernardsville public than the residents?
No, but there's a different kind of experience. If you were renting the apartment in a building like this, I think you would expect a certain level of control.
And I mean, have you any experience with buildings that do have public spaces which then close at certain hours, daytime, manner restrictions of use?
We have done that.
Okay, yeah, you you touched on the commercial, frontage before in respect to your response on the private courtyard. Would you also agree with me that one of the primary goals of the redevelopment plan is to provide the downtown with a thriving commercial center?
Yes,
And, what is the total commercial square footage proposed by the site plan?
9,200. 9,000.
9,029 or thereabouts?
Yeah.
And are you aware of the, current commercial square footage on the property?
At one point I was.
If I told you it was
I can't-
over 1,900 square feet, would that surprise you?
1,900
Yes.
wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. So this plan reduces the commercial square footage on the property by more than half.
This plan, if it's 1,900 square feet, this plan is 4 times.
I'm sorry, not, I probably had 90,000 was the existing.
It is, what space is on the property is not retail space, and what retail space there is not conducive to thriving and vibrant downtown. Most of it is, those buildings have offices in them. They're not particularly friendly. I don't think they're a nice neighbor. They do not do anything to make the center of Olcott Square to be a thriving and exciting place to be. And the bagel shop is not the best frontage either, truth be told.
Okay, I guess.
I think the quality of what we're.
And you're talking about
Hugely better.
different tenants, different, but as far as square footage is concerned, this plan, I won't try to, misrepresent the numbers anymore, but it's significantly less than the existing commercial square footage.
It's not commercial. I mean, the
Well,
redevelopment
retail-
plan calls for retail. It does not call for offices. And what we are doing is increasing the retail square footage significantly from what is the existing addition on that.
So are you committing that there will be no office space in these?
Well, listen, I guess, listen, at the end of the day, the redevelopment plan calls for a minimum of 8,000 square feet of commercial space. We exceed that.
And the plan allows for offices.
Doesn't.
Yes. I was just picking up on the question.
Yeah, you can't disqualify commercial from the 19,000 and then say, yeah, we're gonna do retail commercial with 9. It's inconsistent.
Moving on, the total building footprint, is over 27,000 square feet, is that correct? I should ask you because you've made some changes. What is the total? building
It's
footprint?
not significantly different.
Around 27,000 square feet. And so, approximately 1/3 retail, commercial, whatever it is, non-residential, 1/3, 2/3 residential.
Yes.
I don't think that's accurate. At the ground level, that's correct.
Correct, ground level footprint, right, yeah, much more larger as you go up, absolutely. I believe it was referenced, just, I'm gonna go. The redevelopment plan requires that this be a mixed-use development, correct?
Yes.
Is there a commercial space requirement, and its minimum commercial space requirement in the redevelopment plan?
8,000 square feet.
Where is that located in the redevelopment plan? And do you have that?
I'm sorry, yeah, it might actually be in the,
It is.
I think it's actually in the redevelopment agreement, the RDA, redevelopment agreement. Within the plan to.
It's not final. All right. It would be, I'll move on from commercial description. Parking, operations or architect?
I'm sorry,
Would parking questions be operations or architect? I'll refer to you.
So, what's your question?
Okay, the redevelopment plan, has a minimum parking requirement, correct?
Is it, my engineer testified to this and he's been up a number of times.
I asked questions about parking, and I was asked to, hold them off, in the past. I believe they asking for, an operational witness to testify on them, but I'll. You want to stipulate that there is a minimum parking requirement in the redevelopment plan, 1.5 parking spaces per residential unit. And 1 spot per.
Well, we'll stipulate that whatever the redevelopment plan says, it says.
The, how many parking spaces does your site plan application call for?
138. 134.
Okay, and
Yes.
is there, what is your plan call for as a breakdown between the number of residential spots and the number of retail spots?
There's no requirement. Did you see it in the redevelopment plan?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then why don't you tell us?
Okay, so, the redevelopment plan requires under parking, or maybe Mr. Sable, I'm sure he's probably better to hear from the board's, plan, than.
Your cross examine, ask him your question.
My question was, how many, what was it? My question was, what's the breakdown between residential and retail parking spaces? In your plan.
Is 30. It's all.
Want to know the answer?
I'm sorry, I lost
It's
the question.
102 residential, which is 1.5 times 68 units.
Right,
And it's 32.
That sounds right, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that is, that has been calculated in a way that would, our best guess, if it could be more restaurant, which has a higher effective parking.
It's hard to pin down the retail requirement without having the use.
The retail spots, are they segregated physically, any type of barrier within the garage from the residential spots?
No.
How do you intend to keep those two independent requirements contained in the redevelopment plan for residential spots on the one hand and retail spots on the other?
We'll address that through operations testimony. But we do not intend to segregate them. It's a shared parking arrangement. We're gonna, we touched on it. We are gonna have certain spaces. You'll hear from operations.
Yep, but we actually tried to do it in design to make a reasonable number that roughly 30 spaces convenient to that exit that we talked about to this. And that is actually far away from the elevations of the residents, so there'd be a natural break.
Okay, I have other questions regarding the parking. I believe, monthly fees were suggested. I believe I'm submitting that I think this question would be most properly answered by operations.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one quick question. The northeast corner stairs, are they in and out, or it's not just an emergency stair exit, right? The northeast corner.
We thought of it as emergency.
Emergency?
Only.
That was kind of why I was asking about the space.
Which is why we tried to make such a nice way out.
So is that what you're
in front of the plaza.
stipulating, is that there'll be, I know it's wonderful in the other corners, they're saying those are to be treated as emergency stairs. Okay.
That was a question, right?
Yeah, that was a question, I just said, is that how they to be treated, their emergency service, or exit only? Sorry, more questions? No more questions? Okay, for this witness? Any last minutes from any of our professionals for this witness? No? Okay. Next witness. Or, whatever.
Yeah, if we're permitted to continue going to the family. Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know whether you need to extend. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to extend until
Midnight?
the latest we need.
Next Wednesday's good.
How about we extend until 11:30 for now?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
Alright. Okay, we're extended till Jerry. Okay, thanks. And we're also allowing hearing of the witness after our.
Thank you, Chairman. This time I'm calling Rob Carradad. You should be sworn in the first
Please raise your
instance.
right hand, you swear to God or affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Video.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, get name and address, business address, fine for the record.
Sure, Rob Caradad, Caridad. Address is 1430 US Highway 206, Bedminster, New Jersey, 07921.
And Mr. Carradad, can you please tell the board a little bit about yourself? What's your involvement in this project?
Sure. First of all, I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to talk to you directly. My name's Rob Caradad. I've been with Advance for 2 years now, but I've been in commercial real estate for 16 years. Before that, I served as a judge advocate in the United States Air Force for 4 years. Yeah, I guess I'm working backwards, so we can leave it at that, but like I said, it's about 65 years practicing law in the commercial real estate space and about 12 years on the business side.
Thank you. I'd like, obviously, we're putting you up to speak to operational issues. We've had a number of comments. I'll just try to touch on those that I've heard that the board wanted to hear from.
He's testifying as a fact witness for.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct. Building management, question was raised, doorman, I want to just provide the board with an overview of how this building will be managed, how it'll be operated, how it'll be manned, so to speak.
Sure. Well, I will, let me lead by saying from this point on is when a lot of these really detailed decisions about the specifics really get flushed out. That being said, we have a lot of experience owning and operating residential buildings. We have approximately 1,000 units under ownership now, with another 2,000 units in the pipeline. We professionally manage the buildings. At this point, we currently outsource those managements to a third-party professional manager. However, we're looking moving forward at professionally taking some of that, or potentially taking some of that in-house. But regardless, it will be a professionally managed building. Now, whether there's a 24-hour doorman is still TBD. But I think one thing that's worth noting is a lot of what's going to be built in here, you're gonna have a lot of technology is gonna play a big part in the management of this building. I would mention that just in terms of, even when there's not somebody physically present, our offices are 10 minutes down the street, for one thing. But secondly, a lot of this can be managed remotely. So for instance, to give one example, accessing the loading dock. That's the kind of thing that could be done by somebody sitting upstairs, by somebody 10 minutes down the street, or by somebody on the other side of the Atlantic. All of that is done via really what's called the virtual doorman app. That's the kind of and there's different softwares out there that can do that. However, It will be, the building will certainly be professional managed. We anticipate there will be some portion of in-person. What the hours of a particular doorman or concierge are still TBD. But we obviously want to manage this to the highest standards. So we will, in the course of developing this, we'll coordinate with our experts, our management team, and we'll figure out the optimal way to do so.
And in terms of just general property maintenance, janitorial services and the
Sure.
like, can you speak to that?
Sure, we anticipate having daily janitorial, as far as the, just sort of general maintenance, superintendent type work, cleaning, minor repairs, et cetera. As far as the trash, the hauling contract, again, that will be a private, that'll be a private service that we will contract with. Mr. Chairman, to address your concern about the single stream recycling and trash. In our home campus down the road, we actually have a dual, trash and single stream recycling. That's something we would look into here. So we know there are contractors that can manage it that way. So I think, we'll have, some will be in-house as far as the management goes, in-house either directly through Advance or with third-party property manager, and some will be contracted out to, for instance, trash removal will be something that be contracted.
Package deliveries?
So package deliveries, as we've expressed, the primary way for larger trucks to get in would be through the loading dock. There is room for a truck like an Amazon van to pull right in. Access would be through that virtual app. So for instance, if the concierge are at the front desk, this is the way it works at a number of our other properties. They would call up, they would get buzzed in. I'm using kind of outdated terminology right now, but essentially remotely that door would open, they would come in. That package room is right there. As soon as you pull into the loading area, it's specifically placed in order to be convenient to to the freight elevator. And also to the point that was touched upon earlier, what we like is the idea of allowing our tenants to be able to unpack, not bring all these boxes up to their apartment that you're just going to clutter up their apartment, but be able to unpack the packages there so that there's less cardboard having to come down. It never goes up to begin with. And that's something that we found is works very well at our other properties.
And just regarding deliveries, what's your experience been as it relates to Amazon deliveries, UPS?
Sure.
Frequency of delivery, similar type of
Absolutely.
family projects.
It's interesting because this is something that has evolved somewhat over time, but in some of our other properties, which are orders of magnitude larger than this one would be. Essentially, the big logistics providers, the UPSs, the FedExes, in some of our properties, there's a lot of international residents, so DHL is a frequent flyer. But what they'll do is, for their own efficiency, they will get to a one delivery a day where they're making one drop off and doing it all in one fell swoop. Even Amazon, our experience has been that even Amazon has gotten to that point. There are some stragglers, but especially as the property becomes established, they have an incentive to be efficient also. But that's been our experience elsewhere, and we think it will carry over here as well.
And taking deliveries further, can you speak to the meal deliveries?
Sure. And I think we've covered on this a little bit. It's the reason that we want to be able to have short-term access to the parking garage. We talked a little bit last time, I think, about what the Ubers of the world call staging. And you can actually designate an area for staging of Ubers, not only for pickup and drop off, when you put it in, that is the default place that comes up. We would certainly stipulate to the fact that L1, the first level parking garage, would be the staging area for Ubers. We would anticipate that, first of all, I think one thing that I don't want to lose sight of is, we think that one of the benefits of one thing that really excites us about this project is we think people will be ordering from the places right around, places that will be delivering on foot, on bicycle, that don't have to drive. If they do drive, they come down into the lower level, they pull in, they have 15 minutes to make their delivery and to leave. Mr. Chairman, you asked a question before.
Just describe the delivery.
Okay,
Describe it. I understand you pull in, we'll say some of these spaces. because
sure. Well,
Delivery spaces, which is okay.
yeah, they will pull in, they will, pull into a spot, they will, again, I don't want to use outdated terminology, but, essentially buzz up to the person that they're delivering to. We actually have, what you can do now, and there's different ways people can do it. Some of our tenants choose to come meet delivery folks in the lobby, but they can also remotely let them in, just like you've in apartment buildings for some time, you're able to buzz in somebody. They will essentially be able to do the same thing. We actually have in our other properties and would intend to have here, cameras positioned in such a way that you can essentially track somebody from getting in the elevator on the parking lot, exiting the elevator on the floor, and coming down the hallway from your phone. So it,
Door downstairs, you should see what the actually
So does that mean anyone can access the cameras in the hallways? Who lives in the building?
well, they're
No,
elevated.
but if you have remote access, everyone has remote access to the camera feed.
The residents,
Have remote access to the camera feed all day long.
that's what, yes.
When somebody's at the door.
I'm sorry?
It's triggered when somebody's delivering or they have to actually put the unit number in. And then the cameras are activated.
Okay.
And then you can talk to the person.
Okay, so it's not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, you can't just kind of sit there looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, for clarifying.
Some people are retired.
So you're gonna allow delivery people to be closed in. That's what your
Yes.
testimony is, an option, or you can go down and meet them
Yes.
on L1.
Uber, Lyft drivers as well.
Yeah, same, as I mentioned, I think we would designate L1 as the staging area. You come down, you order an Uber Lyft, you meet them on that first level, they pull in, you get in, they pull out, they don't have to pay because it's been less than 15 minutes, go on their way.
And why don't we just speak to parking operations?
Sure.
The residential retail component, what the
Sure.
thought is relative to designation of some spots.
Absolutely, and we have experience operating mixed-use projects in some of our other projects. And what you've heard described is precisely the way that they function. So I think it's worth noting, so what we would intend to do is that far western bay, the one that is closest to the walkout at the plaza and the retail, that would be signed as retail parking, or what's that? That would be signed as retail parking. Other than that, generally, the way that we've found that this operates in practice is the people who live in the building would rather be further down in the garage where there's not a lot of people coming and going from the public, not a lot of people accessing the stores. So the residents tend to park on the lower levels. What we would anticipate doing is probably there would be a charge for monthly parking. I can't tell you what that is now, it's market based. We would also look at probably looking at tiers where you would pay additional for an assigned space. And whether that is in that first bay on the right, perhaps that's an area because it has direct elevator access and there are some charging stations there. That may be someplace where we consider, places convenient to the elevator are gonna, frankly, are more attractive but again, we haven't planned all of that out yet. This is just the way we would think about operating the garage.
I'm just gonna.
Sure.
Right there. It cannot just be the first phase for retail.
No, well, it doesn't, it's not that no one will be prevented from parking elsewhere. The first bay is sort of,
No,
yeah.
people should be prevented. It's like, it should be retail in that first bay. And it should be retail, yeah, that first bay. No, your tenants can't park.
That's, I don't think that there's a reason to, I don't, first of all, I don't think they will tend to park there because it's physically farther from the elevator. And there's a lot of coming and going from there.
It's
But-
gonna be marked as retail.
It will be marked as retail. It will, I told you, we would sign we are stipulating to,
Identify the bays just so we know what we're talking.
the western bay is the one all the way to the left on this plan. Now, I recognize that that's not a full, that's not 32 spaces.
Space.
But we think there are, those spaces would be actually signed as retail. The others would be, there would be people intermingled. Like I said, the residents will tend to gravitate towards the lower levels, not gravitate toward places. They're gonna gravitate to where their neighbors park next to them, not to where the parking space next to them is somebody coming and
I
going.
don't think your reality is enough, is acceptable.
Well, Chairman, I'm speaking from experience of managing these buildings.
The reality is you gotta have the 32 spaces. And you just put them along the ramp. That's all. Put them along the middle bay.
Closest
I'm not gonna look
to
through the
the access
data.
points, not.
The retail place parking is also where the trucks are gonna be moving in and out, make deliveries.
Yeah.
Loading zones are gonna be-
And so let's suppose a situation where there's a restaurant there and it's filled up. What are you gonna say to your resident who comes down, pulls into the parking lot, can't find a spot, it's paying a couple $100 a month for parking and parking lot's still.
Sure. This is not these sorts of mixed garages they are professionally managed in such a way to avoid that from happening. We will never, I'm sorry?
Your enforcement of the residential spots. You didn't, like, anybody.
If it came to a point where our residents were getting excluded, I mean, we would either sign the spots or we would physically separate them. We have not in our other projects felt compelled to do that. It hasn't been an
That's
issue.
not Bernardsville. In Bernardsville, you have to do that. You will have. Look at the,
And
look at the library,
okay,
okay? Just go over there and study it
okay.
if you want. But you will have to have 32 spaces signed as retail. Now, the rest is wonderful. You can have guest parking near there and you say, well, don't worry, our users, you can figure out, this is the best place to put guest parking because there's an overlap. That's a major benefit, opportunity. And here's where our residents ought to go. And we'll tell them all, or they'll get the assigned spaces or whatever. This is where they are. But no, it's not just, well, people just do this. That's not gonna work here. Because it's not gonna work.
Chairman, just so I'm clear, what is your suggestion that is the number of signs or the number of spaces that are required based on the calculation of the way that those retail spaces are occupied, that those number of spaces would be signed?
Yes, as retail. Just like they are in all the other blocks around town.
Is number 32?
And yeah.
It depends on the tenant occupancy.
Chairman, would that violate the theory or I'm just throwing this out there, the plan talks about shared parking. So the parking standard incorporates residential and the non-residential, the total number, which they comply with. The purpose is, it says where possible, shared parking shall be encouraged. The development of fewer overall parking spaces.
Yes.
The idea was to share. Now, the whole idea behind shared parking is that you're maximizing the availability of parking. There's different operating hours. People are working during the day, that's frees up parking for retail. And so are you looking for a minimum of?
Absolutely, they need a minimum of 32 spaces, and they're more than, don't forget, out of the 1.5, technically, that's 1 per unit and 1/2 per guest. That's how that number exists in RSIS. It's been dropped down to the lower number, but that's what it's.
I understand what you're saying. I think, yeah, I'm sorry.
So you finished, I'm sorry.
But
You were talking, we were done, I'm sorry.
I think
want to violate the spirit and intent of the plan, it said, let's share the parking.
we're sharing the guest parking spaces. That is correct. No, we're not sharing retail.
I would say, listen, I think we would be amenable to signing the number of spaces required based on the occupancy of those I know sounds like I'm splitting hairs, but the amount of parking required is gonna depend on what occupies those spaces. So there's going to be slightly different requirements if it's pure retail, one per 300, or some, if there are dining areas, it's calculated by seats. Maybe it's only a matter of a couple of spaces either way, but it's something that when we come in for a certificate of occupancy, we have to provide a certain number of parking spaces. That number of parking spaces will be signed as retail parking. Does that make,
If you want to even further granularize it, you know, like, oh, this is for the restaurant, you know, or this is for so-and-so.
I understand, I think that.
Retail spot.
Sure, and I think in concept, we're fine with that. I think my only, just as far as, resolution goes, I would just ask whatever the required amount is under the, based on the occupancy, that's the number that we would sign.
So you're stipulating to, is the applicant stipulating to, restricting, X number of spaces for retail, and the X is gonna be calculated based upon, the retail parking spaces required based on the mix of retail that ultimately comes to fruition? Is the applicant stipulated?
I want to think about that. I'm not opposed to it in concept. I just want to, the only thing I want to think about is not going, there's a situation where in theory, we're going to need 102 spaces for upstairs. Regardless, as long as there's 68 units, we'll need 102 for upstairs. We can't go beyond that as long as there's 68 units. I suppose in theory, there is a world where we could have a use that required us to obtain parking off-site. I think we're on the same page here. I'm just trying to think about what exactly.
If we need a stipulation and there is one from the applicant, it's gonna have to be fleshed out.
Yes, no,
And Chairman, this is where the plan does have a review process for changes to review, to adjust parking, what's in that, parking.
You know, what the mix of the changes. I think his opportunity is that, you just talked about, there are even different tiers of tenant spaces.
Yeah.
You have tenant spaces, either designated or implied. You have guest spaces. And you have retail spaces, and you, I believe, can constructively arrange where guest parking is gonna be, because that's where it should be. I would suggest some of those guest spots should be adjacent to the designated retail and vice versa. So to the extent your retail shrinks or expands, it's a matter of changing the sign on a guest parking spot. It would not sell somebody a.
Could you explain how the visitors and people have
how they would access upstairs, or how a retail visitor?
Residential.
Oh, sure, could park in the parking garage, call just like a delivery person, be able to be buzzed in, meet their. There would probably be a system wherein guest passes could be purchased by the resident, or there's some amount that's given as an incentive. It would essentially be between us as a tenant, however it would work with us and the tenant. Same thing with the retail side. If a retailer wants to validate parking so that their patrons don't have to pay, that's something that's certainly done as well. The baseline would be that there's a fee to park. If the retailers want to validate, that'd be fine as well.
So the residential will pay a monthly fee,
Yes.
and then they will get a certain number of passes.
I couldn't tell you for certain. That's potentially one way to do it. Because that way it could be managed how many passes are out there. It would be professionally managed just like any other aspect of the property.
So he had a 2-bedroom apartment with 2 driveways, but they buy 2 passes.
We have to manage it to the number of spaces that we have available. There may be some units that buy no passes, and some units want to buy 2. We would just have to manage to that.
Oh, I think that it sounded different to me for guests than it does for residents that, because, you know, in a lot of buildings, residents can rent or buy a spot. So you rent the building. But in a lot of cities that my kids have lived in buildings, you buy a pack of 10 passes that you can park for 10 hours or 7 hours or 4 hours or whatever that you can give to guests. So when they come, it's a reduced rate.
To your point, Ms. Geller, and I don't want to belabor this point because I think in concept, we are in agreement with the point the chairman's making about making sure that the retail community is served. I don't want to think about every different iteration of this, but you know, the retailers are going to close at a certain time. And then there's overnight guests that would be using it at the time when the retailers aren't open. So maybe that there's a space that's retail only until 10 and then beyond it. We have to think about how we would word the stipulation, but we're in agreement in concept.
That's kind of what I'm asking.
There we go.
Trying to figure
Yes.
out that there are opportunities, but there are also requirements. So, but I agree with you.
We understand and agree.
So a retail customer is driving the driveway, he gets up to the gate, he gets a ticket,
Pulls a ticket, yes.
parks, comes out or uses his credit card, that parking gate is unattended, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he uses his credit card and then he just puts his credit card on the drive.
Yeah, it'll probably be, there may or may not be like a prepay. Maybe we put a prepay over by the door like on the way out, but it'll be the kind of thing where you can put a credit card in on the way out as well.
Better not lose your ticket,
If you're gonna do remote concierge and remote doorman, you might as well have somebody remote the parking.
Yeah.
There will always be the opportunity to manage it if we needed to, yeah.
So you asked a question about the remote doorman. When you talk about the deliveries, that's the idea that Amazon comes in, they park, they're not gonna be there that long.
Correct.
That was a big part of the conversation early on. But if you don't have a physical doorman during the day and you have packages that need deliveries, then that Amazon truck might be in that spot for a half an hour going to, there's 67 units, going to at least 15 of them. And having to buzz up and down. So
Sure.
you need someone who can sign for packages. So
Well, the package delivery, and I wish I could address this more specifically on the because the idea is that those package deliveries would all be made to the package room, not to the individual rooms.
On any of these, how it could be that you have 20 deliveries and 3 of them need signatures. And people may be home, people aren't home. I mean, generally in a high-end building, you have someone during the day who can accept packages and sign for them. And if the Amazon truck, and it's a larger one because it's considered a large stop, how will they be in that temporary unloading zone? Longer than anticipated.
It has not been our experience that's the way it functions. And I want to emphasize, we will be working through a lot of these details between now and opening and we are absolutely, laser focused on the idea that we need to deliver the highest level of service for for our tenant base. So if that means a concierge from, certain hours, then that's what we'll provide. I just don't, I can't say for certain exactly when we're gonna have the desk manned versus not manned but I hear your point completely.
Concierge takes away from.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to, the reason I go through operations, I want to be sure that you architect it in a way that will support your operation. So understanding things like, well, the elevators are gonna always be private and understanding you're intending to buzz people in. That's part of it, understanding it. If they weren't, it would be like, oh, is L1 and L2, they're wide open elevators, but on the ground, it's not, it's that kind of.
Sure.
So you're gonna make them private and buzzable.
Yes, sir.
were you keep going?
No, I mean, I'm waiting, any other questions? I'm ready, I'm willing to take them.
If a specific third party company you work with or lots of different ways.
We have worked with several, right now we happen to, Bizzuto is our third party manager, but that's, you know, we may, yeah, just as a point of reference.
Are you expecting, you mentioned it like janitorial service or something, and this kind of gets back to one of my other concerns here. Are you expecting that the type of tenant here will have a cleaning service part of that, a year project that would be, for instance, taking the trash over the trash chute, putting it this, what's your vision? And
I quite honestly don't know. It would be a personal, it would be a personal choice. And
you would have janitorial services to do things like halls. And
yeah, they would be doing, handling the common areas.
not inside the units, except when you're doing.
Yes, and maintaining the public areas and the exterior, that's gonna, especially if they're activated the way we'd like them to be.
So take 15 minutes to stay sure. Any questions on option or pros? Oh, okay, then we will entertain questions from the audience about the public about operations of this witness.
I don't know what to say.
Hello, Christopher Dunn, I'm owner of the Bernardsville Cinema, 5 Michael Road. So as you can tell, I'm a local business owner. So I was just wondering, since we're talking about parking and retail parking in particular, what is the plan for overflow in case, like, let's say you do have a restaurant on a busy Friday night? Like, do you believe that they're just gonna go into like the street parking, or where would we anticipate they're gonna go?
Well, we would have, I think there'd be two things. One, we would absolutely have the, required parking that is, required under the, under the redevelopment plan. I think it would be something that we would work with individual restaurateurs. It's something that, if we anticipated, and they anticipated frankly, that there was going to be overflow beyond what we could have in the garage. Likely, it's gonna come up during the lease negotiations.
Yeah.
And it would be something that either we or they would have to, account for.
Exactly, because, I don't know if anyone's ever tried to park here on Friday, but it's almost impossible to find a spot, so, we're
Do
anticipating.
you have further questions?
Oh, no, sorry. That's it.
Because the comments will be on the road.
Oh, yeah, no.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public or?
Yeah, it's one trustee guy. The retail parking, I believe the testimony was, that's gonna be fee-based parking, correct?
Correct, as a baseline.
Are you aware of any other retail establishments in Bernardsville that charge patrons for parking?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about, and you said you're from Bedminster, how about in the Somerset Hills, generally?
I'm not aware of it.
So this.
My business address is things. Just to clarify.
Oh, you don't live here, you work. So this would be the only pay garage, retail pay garage in the entire Somerset Hills, as far as you're.
As far as the whole.
What are you charging for retail parking?
I don't know. That's something that we would really drill down on and based on, as we go on, we wouldn't want to charge something that was going to be, that was going to deter people from coming and using the garage to access the retailers. But there's a bit of an art and science to it, and I'm not prepared to answer today what the rates would be. Let me just add that one of the things that you have to charge enough So that particularly in a shared setting like this, you don't want someone to come in and park all day and take up a space. You want these spaces to turn over so that people will come in and be able to use the local businesses. You don't want someone setting up shop all day. So you have to calibrate it to encourage some of that turn.
You're talking about retail spots only, right?
Correct.
How many,
Well, when you ask, I'm sorry, you have retail spot only for what?
you're talking about turning over the parking?
Yes, yes.
How do, just, bare bones, like, very simple, how does a resident, get in and out without paying? They have for example, they have something, a key fob or something that will set off the gate.
Correct. Correct.
Do you, in your experience, what do you intend for this property? Is it attached to the car? Is it something that goes inside the car, something that can be moved in
I
and
don't
out?
know. We just haven't gotten to that level of planning.
You would be willing to stipulate, I believe you have stipulated that you would not issue more than 102 of those types of access key fobs or whatever, what you have to.
I know that we stipulated the reverse of that, and there is a distinction that matters, that we would provide the number of spaces, we would sign the number of spaces for the, for the retail based on what was required. So if, for instance, there were only 30 spaces required based on a particular retail mix, then we wouldn't necessarily be limited to 102 retail spaces, but again, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, it could go the other way. I mean, there's a matter of.
Would you stipulate that you would not issue any more of those type of fobs? Less the, I guess, 134 spaces that you have. Less the required retail, you would not issue any more than that number?
You would not be able to. Park more. You wouldn't be able to oversell the retail spaces beyond. To impinge upon the required spaces for the retail.
Which is what I'm getting at. If you sell 150 of these fobs, or whatever you get them for, they're all just gonna come in and park in the retail. It says there's a sign up there, but unless anybody's going around and saying, are you a resident, are you a resident? That it's very difficult to enforce that beyond, would you agree? It's very difficult to enforce beyond the number of fobs that you issue those residents from parking in the retail spots.
In theory, yes. I do think we've talked a number of times about self-regulation. And one of the governors of the operations of this garage is going to be, we have paying tenants that live upstairs in the apartments, and we have paying tenants that occupy the retail. Both of which are going to be coming to us if their parking is being taken by the other. So that also serves as a pretty powerful self-regulator to this. So I hesitate to get into stipulating to specifics about the way we operate the garage. We have legal requirements as to the number of spaces that we need to provide. We've said what we would provide as far as what we would sign for retail spaces. I don't want to get into the minutia of operating a garage because there are too many permutations to go through to think through everything today.
And I'm not trying to, get into every last possibility. My point being is, do you have mechanisms at your disposal? What did you suggest those mechanisms might be to fulfill your obligation under the redevelopment plan to provide those 32 retail spots and keep your residents out of those retail spots so they don't become residential spots de facto?
We're not going to, I can say something, we will not be actively, policing the spaces to make sure that nobody who's a resident parks in a tenant space, however, in a retail space. However, there will be guardrails based on, as you said, the number of fobs issued, the way we can track the identity of everyone coming and going through the garage. When a resident scans in, we know it's a resident. When somebody pulls a ticket, we know it's not a resident. There are ways to manage this at a level of detail that, I'm not prepared to go into today. But suffice it to say, again, I'll come back to the self-regulation point. If our residents upstairs start taking spaces from residents downstairs, from our tenants downstairs, it's not gonna go over well, and vice versa.
The short-term parking, that was mentioned before, the grub hubs, whatever it may be. Where do they fall within the residential retail continuum? Are you allowing essentially residential services to park in the designated retail spots? And how would you stop them from doing so?
Well, again, these are deliveries who are in and out in, and I don't think they're gonna come anywhere near 15 minutes. Most of the time, this parking garage is not going to be full. It's the nature of the parking garage, particularly in a suburban location like this, it's not going to be full. If it became a problem, we would consider doing something like the chairman suggested, and maybe we designate spaces for Grubhub or delivery services. Again, we don't anticipate it to become a problem. If it becomes a problem, there are ways that we can address it.
Without taking away designated retail spaces.
I'm certain that we can make that work.
Just a couple questions, general questions. This is an entirely market rate development, is that correct, as far as residents are concerned?
Correct.
You're not providing any affordable units on site?
No affordable units on site.
How are you satisfying the borough's Mount Laurel housing obligation and by contributing to it?
Our redevelopment agreement requires a payment to the municipality.
What is that?
It's $1 million, I believe.
And how was that number arrived at?
What do you?
How did you come to that? How did you agree to come to that number? It was a negotiated agreement between the Dance Realty and the borough. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, What are we gonna try to, one step at a time, what are we gonna, so I think we should try to get this witness, well, what?
I need another break then, because I'm really. I did not anticipate this. I need a break.
Yeah.
I can't stay here.
What can we accomplish? I think we can finish the witness.
But we're not gonna finish the application here.
No.
There's public comment.
Are there any other questions for this witness? After she gets a break?
Well, I don't really say that.
Well, maybe we're done.
I have a question.
Okay, well, then. Break, did you need a break?
She can finish the public portion.
Priscilla Miller, Andersonville Road, Bernardsville. My question is for the department. You plan to attract a restaurant?
We think it's a great site for a restaurant.
Okay, so a restaurant hours are probably lunch and evening,
Most,
likely. So.
well, I shouldn't say most, but yeah, sit down restaurant.
So then where's the parking for the restaurant staff, the diners and the residents? Because it sounds like we're maxing up here. Would that be a fair assumption?
It's hard to,
Chefs? Servers?
I can't speculate on,
Yes.
we will provide what we are obligated to provide. And as a matter of law, and we will provide what the market dictates, we provide as a matter of lease negotiations with our tenants.
But as a matter of service to the town of Bernardsville, is there another way that you can accommodate more people? I mean, we are maxed out and I totally.
I mean, I think we would have to look at that, but as Mr. Zabo referenced before. There are going to be different opportunities throughout, depending on the occupancy.
Not to interrupt, but isn't the whole idea behind shared parking is that the retail will close at some point, then there's a flow of available parking. So that if there's a restaurant, I mean, that those spaces become available to the restaurant. So all idea is to coordinate the uses so that we can accommodate parking demand at different times of day.
True, but if you're accommodating restaurant staff, they have to get there.
The one from
Earlier.
earlier incorporates
Right.
that standard rules.
Okay.
Restaurants that are there in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for prior witness, just because somebody came up. I think this is probably pretty awful, but the emergency power requirement of the plan says that the extent required by the Uniform Construction Code, you have to provide emergency power, sufficient to provide clean power to the residential portion of the building. This requirement shall include the running conduit for each unit within the proposed building. Now, that sounds like something more than just providing emergency power for the infrastructure.
Yeah, sir, we're not providing that. It's not required by the Uniform Commercial Code. The code dictates, notwithstanding with what is in that redevelopment agreement. It is not an obligation.
If we have more discussions on this, we should, because the town's gonna wanna know where all your tenants are expected to go in an emergency. They don't exist today. Where do you expect to leave? But we still have to think about.
An emergency is different than the emergency generator.
Yeah, it's related. It's more. Just finish the one.
Is that what we wanted?
And Carrie, thank you for the.
For court reporters, needed break.
And what, he's going home.
She wants to go home.
So if we're finished with, so we have our internal deliberations.
Public comment, internal deliberations and vote, yes.
So let's set it down. Deliberations tonight or not?
Yeah.
No, I think we should.
I mean, well, we'll finish this quick line, right?
I know.
Thank you. Okay.
So these council, so you won't have to bring your witnesses back to the last meeting?
All the questions.
Did you ask the issue? There's no more questions, correct?
No comments from them. Oh, it's comments, so it's.
I guess I don't need to be present. You got at least an hour.
Yeah, you're probably right. What do we have, Denise? I know we're not technically on the record here, but.
July 11th and July 25th.
July 11th.
You'll get my stuff, it's okay.
All right, all, everyone's.
As far as I can do.
So, Steve, say whatever you say about. Carrie.
Why don't we just wait? Yeah, why don't we just wait, because we'll finish the transcript with it.
There's a fair chance she will return. As I said, a fair chance.
Unless you want.
She's taking that with her, Not so. I don't say anything.
Well, we'd rather.
No, you
Gotta get some.
I bet on you coming back. I'm gonna go fly.
Oh, no, I gotta give my kids a night.
Yeah, oh. I tried.
I know.
So you
want watch back or?
everything's back.
Watch?
He said, don't.
Oh, but now, we have walking farm, we can go back on.
So we're back on the record?
Yes. Yes.
Did you, July 11th?
Yes.
So, council's my, and members of the public, it's my understanding we'll be carrying this matter without further notice to Thursday night, July 11 at 7:30 p.m. at the same municipal building. At which time, all witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, applicant's counsel, we rested on direct.
Correct.
So I presume we'll be proceeding with public comment, followed by deliberations and vote on the application by the board.
We will also extend the time for action on the application to July 30th.
All the way, okay, thank you.
No confidence we're gonna get done in 11?
No, I'm just professional courtesy.
Two things I want you to take to you. One is, once again, to suggest the marquee versus the canopy is just a thought. And the other one is, there are so many planters out there. I didn't understand the rationale for all those planters. I think they're planters, they're circles, lots of circles. On the Morristown road side. Yeah, okay, so that's public space, basically, so I'm just wondering, just think about what you're doing there.
We thought it was attractive. So
Maybe, just want to be sure that it serves the public, you know, that I'm trying to do what's there. And there I mentioned the tree canopies. Any other comment? All right, second opportunity for anyone not interested in this proposal. None, great.
I'm the report on it.